field in for Miami, and a bunt. It's a safety squeeze. Weeks scores, and the Brewers take the lead. They've done it again. Wow.
And the Brewers doing all they can to squeeze out a winning streak. Nori Aoki, 4 successful squeeze bunts this season. That matches any other team in baseball. The Brewers have been successful 8 times. As we welcome you back to Miller Park, Game 2, the Marlins and the Brewers. Happy 4th of July week to you. On the mound today, a couple of veteran right-handers till the rubber, Anibal Sanchez and Marco Estrada. The Brewers hurler still looking for his first victory of the season. Hi, everybody. Davey and Craig back with you here on Fox Sports Wisconsin. And Davey, every successful team needs a balanced offense. And yesterday in Game 1, a 6-5 Brewer victory, we certainly saw that out of the Brewers. At bottom half of the order especially, 6 big hits, 4 runs scored, 5 RBIs, all contributing.
That's right. And, and that's what Ron Rennick has been looking forward to all year, to get some consistency and balance in that lineup. It just really hasn't been that consistent. But last night, when you saw Ricky Weiss, Cesar Azoris, they really did a nice job. And what that does, that turns over the top to the top of that lineup, and you get on base for Aoki and Gomez and those guys. It ultimately leads up to Ron and Ramirez.
Big comeback win, and everyone contributing last night. The series opened with a squeeze, but the Brewers team just getting started. Matinee baseball is next when BA and Rock meet you on the other side on Fox Sports Wisconsin.
Presented by Menards. Save big money on all your home improvement needs at Menards. By Miller Lite, because when friends come together, it's not just a good time, it's Miller time. By Toyota. When you choose Toyota, you get a lot for less. Toyota. And by AT&T, the nation's largest 4G network. AT&T. Rethink possible. 3rd of July, and we are back at Miller Park ready for baseball. The Brewers winning yesterday. Carlos Gomez had a big home run. Milwaukee now 9 straight wins over the Miami Marlins going back to the 2010 season. Just about ready for first pitch here tonight. Alongside Bill Schroeder, I'm Brian Anderson. We welcome you from Miller Park. And we're going to talk to this old burly American League home run hitter here about the art of the squeeze bunt. You know, Rock, for so many years here in Milwaukee, going back to the Harvey's Wallbangers, this franchise has been about the long ball. They're still hitting their home runs, but since Ron Renicky arrived, the squeeze bunt's been a big part of the game.
Yeah, just another way to score some runs. You're not hitting home runs. You got to figure out ways to get runs on the board. It's a very exciting play, but a lot of risk. But with that risk, a lot of reward. You have to be careful who you have to squeeze on with. Aoki's been tremendous. The suicide squeeze, the safety squeeze, everybody up and down that order, particularly top 2, bottom 3 in the batting order have done a good job for Ron Renicky. You're not going to ask your middle of the order guys to do that. Those are the guys that want to drive the baseball. But when it works, it's a great play. And the Brewers have won a few games incorporating the sacrifice or the suicide squeeze and the safety squeeze. They've all worked beautifully so far this year.
Well, Nori Aoki last night, perfectly placed, and it proved to be the game winner for the Milwaukee Brewers. Now they'll see if they can make it 2 in a row against the Marlins. They're going after their 4th win overall. Marco Estrada is on the mound. He struck out 12 his last time out. Does he have an encore presentation here this afternoon? Yes, sir. A chili pepper day in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Marco Estrada on the mound today, coming off one of his best games of his career on the strikeout category. Brewers baseball on Fox Sports Wisconsin. Game 2 of this 4-game series with the Miami Marlins of the National League East. There's Ozzie Guillen, the Marlins' first-year skipper. And the Marlins had their 4-game winning streak snapped yesterday. This is a team that has been up and down, have been a roller coaster ride for them this season. After a very good month of May, they had a rough month of June, and the Brewers handed them a loss yesterday. Here's his Piggly Wiggly batting order and some noticeable absences in this batting order. As you see, Jose Reyes, Donovan Solano over third base for Hanley Ramirez, Greg Dobbs in right field for Giancarlo Stanton, Logan Morrison, Justin Ruggiano, and Omar Infante in the middle. Ozzie Guillen has Gabby Sanchez back in there at first, John Buck catching, and Anibal Sanchez doing the pitching here today, as Marco Estrada takes his turn in the Brewers rotation against the Fish.
Yep, 13th appearance, 8th start from Marco. Still looking for win number 1. He was very good his first time out after being on the disabled list for a little over a month with a quad pull. Outstanding work against Cincinnati. 6 innings, allowed only 5 hits, 3 runs, but 12 strikeouts, a career high for Marco.
And defensively for the Brewers, behind Estrada, brought to you by Menards, with Braun, Gomez, and Aoki. Hart, Weeks, Ransom, and Ramirez go around the horn. And catching today, Martin Maldonado. Defense brought to you by Menards. And we're set for baseball here at Miller Park. And those in the shade are in good shape right now. Those in the sun are staying hydrated at this point. It is very hot, very humid, especially for this part of the country. Jose Reyes sends one high in the air to shallow center field, and Carlos Gomez with the pant legs up to the knees makes a catch for the first out. 4-man umpiring crew will be keeping a close eye on Ron Copa on this hot afternoon. Dan Bellino, DJ Rayburn, and Darryl Cousins, the base umpires. There's the crew chief, Darryl Cousins. 92 degrees, and humidity is up. Sun's shining brightly here on a Tuesday afternoon.
I like the forecast. Hot.
It's going to be hot
with an exclamation point. Not only is it hot and humid, there's really no, when you go down on the field for batting practice today, there was no wind, no breeze whatsoever.
There's a liner into right center field. Gomez on the run, can't get there as Donovan Solano rips one off the right center field fence for a 1-out double.
Well, they like this kid. He can hit, hitting .364 coming in. He hits a rope off of Marco Estrada into right center. A late addition to the starting lineup. Open stance, fastball down the middle, and Solano drives it into the gap in right center. That's a nice swing.
Well, Solano spent some time in the Cardinals organization, kind of buried in the Cardinals organization. He finally has found a home here in Miami. And those who cover the Marlins say Solano was their best player in spring training, and Guillen was anxious to get him back. He's in the starting lineup today, playing for the injured Hanley Ramirez. I guess it's a day-to-day thing with Ramirez. Nothing major to report, but he was a late scratch from the original starting lineup that Ozzie Guillen had posted.
And 2 big bats out of that lineup for the Marlins to start this one today. Stanton out, Ramirez out. That's a lot of offense.
Greg Dobbs in the 3-hole for Miami. Longtime Philadelphia Philly. Dobbs getting a lot of playing time these days with the Marlins. He's swung the bat well. He's hitting .292. Has just 1 homer, 18 driven in. And a versatile guy who can play first base. He can play the corner outfield spots.
And he's a very good pinch hitter.
It was just a few years ago with the Phillies. Dobbs was the best pinch hitter in the National League. Marlins are also without Emilio Bonifacio. He's been on the disabled list. So today in this particular lineup, they're without 3 big bats. Bonifacio is underway with a minor league rehab assignment. He has an injured thumb, torn ligament in that thumb, as a matter of fact, and they're expecting him back after the All-Star break. Dobbs, a little half swing. He goes, says Ron Copa. Dobbs disagrees. 2-2 the count.
That's a good pitch for Marco against Cincinnati. Curveball. Curveball, changeups for Marco Estrada. Both of those off-speed pitches have been very good for him. Ozzie Guillen, as always, has the long sleeves on a very hot day here in Milwaukee.
That's Davey Nelson's trick. He said long sleeves and the rosin bag. There's Ozzie Guillen and his bench coach Joey Cora. 2-2 the count. And a swing and a miss. Estrada with that sneaky fastball strikes out Greg Dobbs for the second out.
Elevates the fastball after the curveball down. He goes upstairs with it. And at 91 miles an hour, we're able to get it by him.
Now one pitch sets up the other, and Estrada, when he's right, he pitches in pairs, as most good pitchers do. And Estrada has a terrific curveball. When he has a good curveball going, that high fastball can be a big weapon for him.
And his best pitch, the changeup. But you had that curveball, which was very good for him against the Reds.
2 outs for Logan Morrison. Morrison drove in a run yesterday with a double. Brewers came back twice in yesterday's game, down 2-0, answered it, down 5-2, and they came back to tie it and eventually take the lead on a squeeze bunt by Aoki in the bottom of the 8th inning. John Axford had a 3-up, 3-down 9th, and the Brewers winning their 3rd consecutive game. Milwaukee dropped the opener of this homestand against Arizona last Friday. Haven't lost since. Morrison pulls it foul. He just got out ahead of one. Now Marco Estrada against the heavy-hitting Cincinnati Reds. His last time out, he went 6 innings, and he struck out 12 Reds, as Rock mentioned, a career high.
He was cruising along. He pitched 5 scoreless innings in a very offensive-friendly ballpark, Great American Ballpark, until he gave up that 3-run home run to Jay Bruce in the 6th.
Estrada took a no decision in that game. He's 0-3 this year. There's a swing and a miss. Maldonado's throw to second is late. A ball and 2 strikes on Morrison. A catcher who loves to show off that arm, and he has a great one. Why wouldn't you?
He's got a great arm. He's got a very quick release.
And you can tell just by the size of his glove that he has great hands, that he catches the ball so well. There's a smaller glove than you see a lot of big league catchers.
They can find the ball a lot quicker when you have a small catcher's mitt. That is a small glove. Not as small as the one that Bob Boone used to use. That was like a batting glove that Boone used to have.
I remember that one. 2-2 on Morrison. And that one's hit well. Deep right center. Aoki will watch it go. Logan Morrison. A 2-run home run, and the Marlins, for the 2nd straight day, have an early lead, scoring in the 1st inning. Number 9 for Morrison gives him 30 RBIs for the season.
Yep, off-speed pitch from Estrada. He left it up in the strike zone. The power numbers down a little bit for Morrison so far this year, but he got a hold of that one. It was a changeup. Changeup, middle in, and you can see the way Morrison able to stay on it. Look at the head, straight down on it, and hits it hard into the second deck.
Justin Ruggiano takes a big cut. Ball certainly traveling well. Morrison hit that one very well. And a home run in any park. But it goes into that second deck out on the Loge level out there in deep right center.
If there has been an issue for Marco Estrada this year, it's been giving up the home runs. He's given up 11 of them now, and 42 innings of work.
Jay Bruce got him on a 3-run homer in Cincinnati. The only runs he gave up in that game. 2 balls and a strike on Ruggiano. He's been swinging the bat well, Ruggiano. As Morrison gives the Brewers, or rather the Marlins, the lead.
what does he do? He goes over and talks to the hitting coach.
That's always a good thing to do after you go deep.
How'd that look, Coach?
Well, in the absence of Emilio Bonifacio, Ruggiano has ended up with most of the playing time in center field. Has 15 hits in his last 12 games. 7 RBIs as well. Marlins picked it up in a trade with the Astros. Played his college ball in Texas at Texas A&M. Thought he might want to be close to home, and the Astros with a very young team, he thought maybe some opportunities would exist, but Astros are playing all of their top prospects, and Ruggiano was having a hard time getting a chance. So the Marlins made a trade for him, and he's turned out to be one of the Marlins' best hitters during this stretch.
And that's what happens, you know. You get an opportunity. Bonifacio out of the lineup. Ozzie Guillen digs down into the minor league system, and he produces.
Out ahead of one, a pop up to Corey Hart, and that will retire the side. But Logan Morrison goes deep, and the Marlins, just like last night, have a 2-0 lead before the Brewers come to bat. The Marlins have the lead, and the Brewers coming up for the first time now, and Ron Renicky and his club will play from behind once again. They've been pretty good in that role. Here's Renicky's Piggly Wiggly batting order today. Gomez, Aoki, and Braun with Ramirez, Hart, and Weeks in the middle. Cody Ransom starting at short today. Maldonado and Estrada rounded out. And that is the starting 9 that will face Anibal Sanchez, who has a no-hitter on his baseball card. And he's making his 16th start for the Marlins. Very similar to Carlos Zambrano, Rock, in that a pretty good ERA, under 4, but a losing record at this point of the season.
He just hasn't been getting a whole lot of run support from this Marlins offense.
As Gomez swings at the first pitch and skies one to Reyes for the first out. Marlins committed 3 errors yesterday. 55 errors on the season. Zambrano cost him a couple of earned runs yesterday. And defensively today, it's Morrison, Ruggiano, and Dobbs in the outfield. Reyes and Infante up the middle with Sanchez and Donovan Solano on the corners. And Buck does the catching. Buck was ejected last night. Back in there today. A very unusual 3 o'clock start time on a Tuesday as we get ready for the 4th of July week here, midweek Independence Day celebration.
Have some baseball and let folks head out and catch some fireworks. That's what I'm doing tonight.
We got Summerfest going on as well. Makes for a great time in Milwaukee, even with the heat. Now, one of the stars from last night's game, Nori Aoki, riding a 9-game hit streak. Aoki had the safety squeeze bunt last night that gave the Brewers the lead for good in the bottom of the 8th inning.
They got the day off yesterday. Did not start. Came in to pinch hit and dropped down a beautiful safety squeeze, scoring Ricky Weeks.
A swing and a miss. Down he goes on strikes. 2 outs in the inning. First strikeout for Sanchez.
Sanchez has good stuff. His overall numbers in his last 7 starts not very good. 2-4 with a 6.05 ERA, but last time out he was pretty good.
Nice ovation for Ryan Braun. Braun checking in at .309 with a batting average, 22 home runs to lead the league, and he's driven in 55 as he takes a strike. Braun headed back to the All-Star game. It'll be his 5th consecutive appearance there in his 6th season in the big leagues. Every year but his first, but he didn't arrive to the major leagues until late May that first season. He was good enough to win the Rookie of the Year that season, however. Powerball home run leaderboard has Braun at the top. Corey Hart in the lineup today, along with Ramirez and Weeks. And how about Martin Maldonado pushing his way onto the Powerball leaderboard
and hitting some important home runs? 4 of those 5 home runs have given the Brewers a lead late in the game.
Sanchez has him down 0-2. Well, Ryan Braun made his major league debut May 25th of 07. He's been an all-star in every full season he's had in the big leagues. Leads all of baseball since that debut in total bases, tied for first in extra base hits, and in the top 5 in all these major categories. He's been one of the premier sluggers in the league. Hits that one hard over to Solano, recovers, the throw is late. Braun runs so well. Unless you come up with it cleanly, it's tough to get him.
That defense has been a problem, as we documented with this Marlins ball club in this series. Kicked it around yesterday. Hanley Ramirez with a couple of errors, and that'll probably go down as an error. Hit that one hard, ate him up.
So Braun is aboard. And here is Aramis Ramirez. Something fooled Donovan Solano. I don't know if it was the hop, if it wasn't a true hop, or if it was just the velocity of the batted ball.
Yep, he hit it right on the nose, did Ryan Braun, but maybe one step over. Took a tricky hop and just rolled right up the glove.
I wonder if the shade to the sun has anything to do with the ground ball. That'll be an error on Donovan Solano. That is the 3rd error by Marlins' 3rd baseman in this series. Ramirez was tagged with 2 errors yesterday. I don't know if it has anything to do with it or not. A major league 3rd baseman should make that play.
He just booted it. That's what that was. And the shadows that you see on your screen, not nearly as bad as on the field as they are when you're watching on TV.
Take another look at it here.
Ronnie hits this one right on the screws, and on the second hop it looked like it stayed down a little bit on Solano and just couldn't handle it. Just ate him up.
So Ramirez with an early chance, lifts that one high in the air, left center. Back is Morrison with room. He's got it. Oh, he just missed it. Inning over. We head to the 2nd inning. Marlins coming up, leading 2-0.
Day, and Thursday is the Time Warner Cable Customer Appreciation Game. Bring last month's Time Warner Cable billing statement to the Miller Park box office for a buy one get one free terrace ticket offer.
Tuesday afternoon in Milwaukee. Independence Day tomorrow, 4th of July. And we hope you'll make plans to be with us. We're back on the air same time tomorrow, 2:30 for Brewers Live. And then the first pitch at 3:10. Marco Estrada back to work. And that one is lined down the left field line foul. That's hooking into the seats. Omar Infante leads off for the Marlins. Marlins trying to fight their way back into contention in the National League East, a division that is led by the Washington Nationals right now. Many thought the Marlins would contend, and many had them as one of the favorites in the National League East.
Still could. Within striking range. Although they have to catch 3 teams, a lot of baseball left.
Well, they got off to a rough start in the month of April, but then they righted the ship in the month of May, and it was after that May they actually spent a little time in first place. On June 3rd, they were up 1 game. They were at the top of the heap in the National League East. Hit hard on the ground right to Ransom. Takes care of Infante for the first out. Speaking of that roller coaster ride, one of the best Mays in franchise history for the Miami Marlins with 21 wins, but they followed it up, Rock, with an 18-loss month of June.
Yeah, look at the runs per game and the team run average, not very good. And that 8-18 stretch included a 4-game winning streak at the end of June. That's how poorly they played for most of the month.
Gabby Sanchez, a hot one over to Ramirez. 2 gone in the inning. Nice play of Ramos Ramirez, who's had a very good series already defensively at third base. Had a couple of game savers yesterday, perhaps. So the Marlins, in 1 month's time, from June 3rd to July 3rd, they go from 1 game up in the East to 8 games back starting play today. Climb over the Braves, the New York Mets, they've been a big surprise this year, and the Washington Nationals continue to set the pace. The Phillies, it's just hard to see them at the bottom of the standings. They've won that division 5 consecutive years.
Yeah.
But they've lost 5 in a row, and the Phillies are 11 back.
Down near the bottom in pitching, they've got pretty good batting average as a team, but run production down. And how about the Washington Nationals? A 3.19 team earned run average. They don't give up many runs.
Yeah, they're only going to get healthier here as Drew Storen is on his way back from the disabled list. Their closer. Got a good ball club in Washington. Not that you can see them from the booth, it's so high, but if you watch them on TV, you can really see their success.
Looks like an ant farm down in the field.
Swing and a miss. Marco Estrada, good bounce back after he gave up a 2-run homer in the first. Retires the side in order in the second. Home field advantage in the Fall Classic. The road to the World Series begins with the 2012 MLB All-Star Game Tuesday, July 10th, 6:30 p.m. Central, only on Fox. 1 week from tonight. Major League Baseball All-Star Game, Kauffman Stadium. 2-0 Marlins on a 2-run homer off the bat of Logan Morrison. Headed to the bottom of the second inning, Corey Hart against Anibal Sanchez. And Hart takes a ball low. Hart, a two-time All-Star. Made his first All-Star appearance at Yankee Stadium in New York in 2008. What a great memory. Closing down the old stadium as Hart singles to left. There's the first base hit for Milwaukee.
And Corey Hart has had very good success against Anibal Sanchez in his career. Stings another one. He came in 5 for 12 with a home run. Now 6 for 13 against Sanchez.
Here's Ricky Weeks now with Hart at first base. Bottom of the order was a big story last night for Milwaukee. Craig and Davey talked about that in the first segment of our broadcast here today. And it's important to get production out of any bottom of the order. I mean, that's standard that you would turn base runners over to the top half. But for Ron Renicky, with so many replacement parts, after all of the injuries, these guys have actually held their own, whoever he puts out there, whether it be Cody Ransom or Cesar Izturis. Martin Maldonado's done a great job.
Guys coming off the bench. Aoki, we talked about Ishikawa with a couple of RBIs in that 9 spot. Pinch hitting. Cody Ransom dropping down a bunt last night. So yeah, production from the bottom, you got to have it. That's what the Brewers did so well last year.
I think perhaps more than any other team in baseball, the Brewers, at least publicly, as Weeks lifts this one in the air to right. Dobbs is on the move, and he is there but cannot make the play. Unfamiliar territory for Greg Dobbs.
Yeah, not a lot of room down there in the right field. Once you get past that foul line, should have had it. Actually could have gone down as an error. He thought he had it, just alligator armed it a bit. Couldn't get to it.
Dobbs played first base last night. And a miscue in right field. Now Weeks with new life at the plate. 2-1 the count on him. But the Brewers, more than any other team, from the outset of spring training, talking about how much they're counting on the bottom of their order. And at the time, it was Alex Gonzalez, Matt Gamble, and Jonathan Lucroy. In the absence of Prince Fielder, counting on everybody to lift their game up, especially those in the 6, 7, and 8 spot in the order. And Hart is picked off first base. Garth Orge is saying that is a balk move to Dan Bellino. He's upset. Corey Hart is wiped out.
Yeah, saying that he moved the upper body before the feet actually get off the rubber in the jump step. You can't do that. Let's check it out right here. That does look like a kind of a jump move, which is a balk, but it also looked like Corey got his hand in there.
Well, it is the first out. Wipes off a leadoff single as Weeks takes strike 2.
Quick feet by Sanchez. Let's see if Corey does he get his hand back in. Pretty close. It looked like he got it in, but he got rung up.
Weeks hits one sharply back up the middle. A base hit. Ricky had a great day yesterday at the plate. A couple of walks, had a double, a big one that started the rally in the 8th inning, and he scored the winning run last night. Keeps it going today.
Yep, right down the middle. Ricky pounds it into center field. Ricky getting much better at bats, not trying to pull the ball as much. Takes that one right back at Sanchez. Quick hand.
Ricky Weeks now 6 for 11 in his career against Anibal Sanchez. That includes a homer. Sometimes the numbers don't lie day to day. Here's Cody Ransom now. Turris was the shortstop yesterday to start the game. Ransom finished the game at the position. Those interchangeable parts. Ransom got an at-bat yesterday. He actually dropped down a sacrifice bunt in his only plate appearance. No official at-bat. Has a little pop in his bat, as we've seen. 7 homers this year in just 140 at-bats.
And his home runs that he's hit for the Brewers have been tape measure shots. I mean, upper deck jobs. Last one coming in Cincinnati.
Sanchez, a scoreless first inning with a strikeout. There was an error in the inning. Another check on Weeks. Sanchez very good about holding runners on, and he's already showed the quick move to first base. Running game will be challenged today.
Got a quick move over to first, but he's rather deliberate in his delivery to home plate. The problem is he's so quick over to first. You don't want to get too much of a jump. You don't want to get an early start. He'll pick you off in a second.
Weeks has not been caught trying to steal. He's 6 for 6 in that category when he runs. As Ransom takes a strike. Count stays at 2-2. We mentioned that Anibal Sanchez threw a no-hitter. That came in 2006, and that was in his rookie year. He no-hit the Arizona Diamondbacks.
He's got a no-hitter and 3 one-hitters.
September 6, 2006 was his moment in the sun, and there was a lot of discussion after that no-hitter. A lot of pitches for a young pitcher in that spot. It was late in the season, but Sanchez had a number of injuries following that, not just the no-hitter, but the season in general. The Marlins feel like he's back to that top form. Sanchez came to the Marlins in a trade with Hanley Ramirez from the Red Sox. Part of that Josh Beckett deal and Mike Lowell. That was a monster trade, and it certainly paid dividends for Boston. They had some key pieces to their World Series title. Runner goes, and a half swing foul ball.
And Sanchez has been a nice pickup for the Marlins. It really has. When he's healthy, put together some pretty good outings. He had a great start to his season this year. Didn't have a whole lot of runs to show for it, but lately he's been giving up some runs. But the Marlins just don't score when he's out there. A little over 2 runs a game for Sanchez in run support, the lowest in all of baseball.
Weeks off again, and Ransom fouls another one away. Good battle going here between Cody Ransom and Anibal Sanchez. Now, these are great at-bats early for an offense on a hot day. You get a pitcher who can't finish off a hitter, making a number of extra pitches. Sanchez has given up 2 hits to start the inning, but he picked off Corey Hart for the first out. goes Weeks, and there's a liner into left, a base hit. A hard-earned single for Cody Ransom. 3 consecutive hits to start the inning for Milwaukee.
And Sanchez left a breaking ball up in his eyes, and he's able to just get the bat on it and dump it into left. On the third 3-2 pitch, left the slider up, and Ransom able to hit it hard into left field. Good at bat. A 9-pitch at bat for Cody Ransom.
Here's Maldonado now. First and second with 1 away. The Marlins scored twice with 1 swing of Logan Morrison's bat in the first inning. And the Brewers trying to answer here in the second. Maldonado in just 90 at-bats in the big leagues this year. 5 home runs, 16 runs batted in. If you want to do the quick math, a full season for a catcher is about 500 at-bats or so. Those who catch a lot, and you can take it for what it's worth, but just multiply it by 5, you're looking at a 25 homer season, and you get an idea of how productive he's been in this window. You buying that?
I just like it when you do that. I like that.
When we do math on the air,
project it out. Correct math, by the way. Yeah, 25 home runs, 80 RBIs, right? Not a bad season.
You had to take it a little deeper onto the stat sheet. Because if you look at the stat sheet, and here's the Brewers catcher, he's hitting .267 with 5 homers and 16 RBIs, and you say, well, he's not much of a power threat. He's not driving in a whole lot of runs, but then you see he's only posted 90 at-bats thus far. Started the year in AAA. It brings it into a new light. As he takes a strike on the inside corner. Didn't like it. 1-2.
And a good pitch. Had Maldonado leaning out over the plate, thinking he was going to get a slider, and Sanchez is able to catch the inside corner with it. Good pitch. And when you're looking away like that, it seems as though Maldonado was doing that, and he catches the inside corner. It does look like it's off the plate.
Weeks out at second, Ransom at first. And that one missed away. Any other projections you'd like me to partake in?
That's good. Just do it as you see fit.
How about if the season ended today? That's one of your favorites. What would we do, Rock?
Well, I'm glad it doesn't end today.
We would have some serious drama in the wild card race if it ended today.
But the Brewers would be out of it.
Yes. Renicky hoping they can fight their way back. Milwaukee 7 back. Odds are against him. And Sanchez throws one over the head of Maldonado. 3-2. I think what the Cardinals did last year has every general manager this year a little bit more hesitant to pull the plug.
Right.
And the Cardinals were 10.5 games out with 6 weeks to play.
Yeah, that's certainly going to have an impact on the trading deadline deals this year. You got to believe, especially with the extra wild card.
Maldonado. Oh my goodness, what a play. Sanchez for 1. They turn it for 2. What a play by Anibal Sanchez. That is one of the best of the year from the mound. Turns it into a 1-6-3 double play behind his back. Take a bow, Anibal. by the Marlins in this series, but not from their pitcher, Anibal Sanchez.
Look at that play, huh? What has he got in the other glove, right? Leather hand, a rabbit's foot, a television set in his back pocket. That might have been a double play anyway. Maldonado didn't hit it right on the screws. It might have been a double play, but Sanchez makes that one look pretty good. They're high in the back. And he'll tell you he works on that.
Yeah, sure. And that was a 1-4-3 double play. I beg your pardon. That was Infante at the bag, not Reyes. They were both there, but Sanchez will step to the plate as a hitter now after that play. Promising inning for the Brewers. The first 3 hitters reaching on singles, but come up empty. And it turns out to be just a 4-batter inning for Anibal Sanchez. Corey Hart was picked off, and then the double play to end it. So Estrada back to work, 3rd inning now. Sanchez has 2 hits this year. He's 2 for 22. Trying to drop a bunt down. It's tough to bunt from the back rear corner of the right-handed hitter's batter's box. And he tries again, and he bunts it foul. That'll be a strikeout. Interesting there. Sanchez trying to bunt. That's strikeout number 3 for Marco Estrada. Carsoup.com email the booth question. Corey in Arkdale asks, which team do you like to win the home run derby this year?
It's going to be interesting. Matt Kemp, the captain, right?
Yes.
And he's going to participate.
Bat hammy and all.
I kind of like the American League. Look at those guys, huh? Trumbo, Prince Fielder, Jose Bautista, Cano. I mean, that's a pretty good team no matter what. I mean, both leagues have pretty good hitters, but looks like the American League's got a pretty good group there.
Cano won the home run derby last year. Fielder participating once again. I believe it's his 4th in a row.
What do you think?
Fielder's a past champion. I'm going to say American League. And I think the type of hitters that they have. But I'll say this, though, and we were just there at Kauffman Stadium. That's not a home run hitter's ballpark. And I think there's going to be a few big flies that end up not on the other side of the fence. And for a National League team who hasn't really seen it or experienced it, I think those guys in the American League have played there enough. I don't know. That's just made up hooey is what that is. Who knows, right?
Yeah. But you might not see the huge number of home runs. Is that what you're saying?
I'm just looking at the pride factor there. And whose pride might be affected by not hitting one out when you feel like you hit it good.
Right. Okay.
That's all.
I buy that.
Giancarlo Stanton will be in the home run derby for the first time. Giancarlo Stanton yesterday was actually taking quote unquote home run derby batting practice, which I thought was smart, as Reyes sends this one high in the air. Cody Ransom for the out. So check it out, Rock. This was yesterday before the regular batting practice.
It's a completely different setup. I mean, I'm just trying to figure it out, but there's a catcher back there. You got your batting practice pitcher. The only thing that's going to be different for him, a ton of people in the stands and no batting cage. That has a big impact on some guys. Of course, the batting cage was pulled back.
But, you know, some of the first 2 are going to be home runs at Kauffman Stadium no matter what. I'm not sure about that last one. But we'll see. It'll be fun to watch.
It's not as easy as taking regular batting practice during the game. I mean, there's a lot of pressure on those guys.
Yeah, Ryan Braun has participated, Ricky Weeks, Prince Fielder. They've all been in the home run derby, and they all say the same thing. It's a different world, and I think the biggest concern for managers is coming out of the home run derby is your swing affected. Remember Bobby Abreu a few years back when he won the home run derby? His swing never really got back together the rest of the season.
Well, how many did he hit in a row, though?
Yeah,
what was it, 20 something?
Something like that, in the 20s. Surpassed by Josh Hamilton in 08. Slow roller to Ransom. Donovan Solano is the final out. 7 in a row retired by Marco Estrada. By Piggly Wiggly, the official supermarket of Fox Sports Wisconsin. By Ho Chunk Gaming Wisconsin, your ticket to more. And by Marshfield Clinic. Don't just live, shine. Stay cool, stay hydrated. Yeah, that baby's got it made. Hot day here at the ballpark. A fun day, though. Not too bad. Got a little cloud cover going on right now at Miller Park. 2-0. The Marlins have the lead. As Marco Estrada bats against Anibal Sanchez. Top of the order coming up next. And Estrada sends that one deep left center. That one's got a chance. Morrison back. It's off the wall. Estrada, who injured himself running the bases in May. Looks like he might have pulled up a little lame this time. He had a quad injury as he rips one off the fence. He says he's all right.
Yeah, well, second double for Marco. The first one went right down the third baseline, and Estrada gives this one a pretty good ride off the wall out there in left center. Marco not real anxious to stretch it completely out, being very cautious. Yeah, he did. He did pull up a little bit. Yes, he did. I hope he's all right.
That is a carbon copy of what happened, and it resulted in a trip to the disabled list for Marco Estrada. Certainly Ed Cedar is aware of all this, the Brewers third base coach. He's watching him around, and
well, I think if he actually had done something, there would be a trainer out there to take a look. Maybe he heard something in the dugout saying slow down or do something like that. Maybe that's what startled him. At least that's what you hope.
We'll see how mobile he is at second base. It's Gomez fouls it away. Go ahead, Gomez has got the back foot swing going right now. Gomez homered yesterday after scoring the winning run on Sunday. I think Ron Renicky would love nothing more than to see Gomez hit one of the seats and let them both jog around. Bouncing ball back up the middle. Reyes got to hurry. The throw not in time. Gomez flying down the line. Infield hit for Carlos Gomez.
And no chance Reyes was going to be able to make a play on that. Right off the end of the bat, Reyes did everything he could. Watch how quickly he gets rid of it. He jump throws over to first base and not even close. Good job by Gomez, just trying to shorten up a little bit to make contact.
moving. And now first and third, nobody out for Nori Aoki. Big spot for the Brewers.
He's got some quick feet over to first base. I'll tell you what. It's about as quick as it gets.
You know, Gomez would like to run here. This is a favorite moment for a squeeze bunt, but the Brewers are down 2-0. There's similar circumstances last night for Aoki at the plate. And Aoki swings away and a base hit. Estrada can stroll home. Gomez going to third. And the throw is in time for the out.
No argument from Ed Cedar over there at third base. Very aggressive is Carlos Gomez, trying to go first to third on a one hopper to left. That's not something you see very often. Good job by Aoki, kind of inside outing it. A one hopper over to Logan Morrison, actually two hopper. And let's check it out. Oh, he's safe. That's a terrible call. Boy. Oh, no, he's out. You're right. He didn't go with the lead hand. He went with the backhand, which didn't get there as quickly. My apologies to Darryl Cousins. If he hit the bag with the hand in front, he would have been safe.
John Morrison is a guy that the Brewers have pinned as an outfield you want to run on, but he made a good throw here, and Gomez coming in at a very odd angle. And Solano hangs in there tough, and here's the best look at it. A great shot.
He missed the bag with the right hand. The left hand gets it, but it looks like the tag on top of the back.
So the first out at third base. That's two base runners that have been wiped out on the base paths for the Brewers today. And here is Braun with Aoki at first and one out. 2-1 is our score. That base hit by Aoki extended his hitting streak, by the way, to 10 consecutive games. And he drives in a run, his 16th RBI of the season. Braun could give the Brewers the lead with one swing of the bat. 1-1.
They just hate to make outs on the bases with Ryan Braun walking to the plate. Did it today, did it yesterday. Trying to be too aggressive on the bases.
Braun shoots one through the hole. A base hit for Ryan Braun. 4 consecutive hits. The Brewers have 7 hits. Their last 8 batters.
And then the only extra base hit, Marco Estrada, slider away. Look at Ryan. He's able to get the bat head out, hook it into left field. The Brewers have helped Hannibal Sanchez in each of the last couple innings on the bases.
So here is Aramis Ramirez with 2 on and 1 away. There aren't many scenarios where you could send 8 batters to the plate and have 7 hits in that group of 8 and score just 1 run.
Right.
A double play ball and 2 base runners eliminated. One to pick off and the throw out at third base. Aoki at second, Braun over at first. And Ramirez takes one inside. We're keeping an eye on that Brewers dugout, just checking on Marco Estrada, who looked like he might have tugged that previously injured quad on his base hit. And apparently he's back in the clubhouse. But the bullpen is quiet for now.
And Dan Wright, the head athletic trainer, is in the dugout watching the game, which is always a very good sign. Had there been a problem with Estrada, you would not see Dan Wright in the dugout.
So CSI Bill Schroeder right there. That's nice. One and two on Ramirez. Marlins looking for a double play ball. Ramirez hoping to do some damage here in the third inning. 2 on, 1 away. Ramos had a narrow miss his first time up by a fraction on the bat. He flew out to deep left. There's head athletic trainer Dan Wright. He seems pretty calm. As calm as an athletic trainer can be at this time of the year.
92 degrees. Making sure the guys have plenty of salt pills and bananas. That's what they used to do back in the old days.
Somebody just got drilled in that Marlins dugout. Is that Ozzie? Well, that line drive went into the dugout and stuck. It wasn't Ozzie. I'm not sure who that was. It's hard to pull a ball that much. Right in the back.
Yep, he was trying to run out of the way and it got him. Look how far in front of that pitch Ramirez is. That's hard to do.
Ramirez into center. And that ball is going to be off the wall. Here comes Aoki. Braun's right behind him. Down the stretch they come. One is safe. Two are safe. And the Brewers take the lead.
Boy. Well, they could have both been out, but they're both safe. How about Ryan Braun? He read it a lot better than Aoki was able to read it. I tell you, Ruggiano kind of fooled everybody. He looked as though he was going to be able to make that catch, and Ramirez hit that one hard. And Aoki right behind or right in front of Ryan Braun, and the Brewers are able to take a lead. Another near miss by Ramirez. This one into center field.
And check out Ruggiano here, the center fielder. He acted as if he could make the catch. That fooled Aoki just enough, and give credit to Ryan Braun. Outstanding base running. He's just in there, and he had to slow down a little bit because Aoki had slowed down in front of him.
I think Ed Cedar was waving Aoki around and tried to hold Braun at third base.
That's tough to do.
Yeah, I mean, they're so close. Who you holding up here? Oh, me? Never mind.
And of course, if Braun runs past Aoki or touches him, then he's out, and that changes how both of those runners get around. It all works out, and the Brewers lead at 3-2. They continue to come back against the Marlins. Every time the Marlins have had the lead in this series, the Brewers have erased it. That's now the third time in this series.
5 consecutive hits by Milwaukee in this inning. Man.
As Corey Hart strikes out, second out of the inning, the first out at the plate. Second strikeout for Sanchez, and Ricky Weeks will bat with 2 away. Well, Ramos Ramirez keeps racking up the doubles. He is now third in the National League. He's tied for third in the NL in doubles with 24. Joey Votto is the league leader with 33 this year, and then David Wright. Ramirez tied with Ian Desmond, an all-star from the Nationals, and Michael Kadire.
Now 47 RBIs for Ramirez. This is kind of the way his career has gone. It shouldn't come as much of a surprise to anybody. He's always gotten off to a bad start and then starts to really get going when it warms up. Are you surprised?
I'm not. Let's see. I'm not surprised, but when you're in the middle of it and the Brewers are struggling so bad in April and May, and you need Ramirez's bat, you wonder if he's ever going to come out of it.
No, he did. And he has. He's put together a nice stretch.
Ramirez entered play today with a .261 batting average and is 1 for 2 today. A 2 RBI double, giving the Brewers the lead here in the third. Weeks with a swing and a miss.
As Dale Swaim so amply put it over and over again, the media guide does not lie. Ricky Weeks leaking over the heart of the plate, and John Buck just decides to hold on to it. Got to throw it, John, in order to get interference. If you hold on to it, no interference.
So now it's 1-2. And down he goes. Weeks strikes out. Back-to-back Ks to end the inning. But the Brewers rip off 5 straight hits to score in a short amount of time to take the lead 3-2.
Logan Morrison on a changeup from Marco Estrada gives the Fish a 2-0 lead in the first inning, and that lasted a couple of innings. The Brewers' third inning, 3 runs on 5 consecutive base hits, all started by a Marco Estrada double, his second of the year. We were here in the top of the 4th inning. Brewers with a 3-2 lead.
And we're keeping an eye on Marco Estrada as he returns to the mound here. And showing no ill effects. That injured quad during his warm-up pitches. Players are good about hiding things, though. We'll see if Estrada's all right. You could tell he definitely hitched up on that double just as he got out of the batter's box. Facing Greg Dobbs to start the inning. Brewers get 3 in the third to take the lead. As we move to the 4th, Dobbs a swing and a miss. Dobbs getting to start in right field here today. Started at first base yesterday. Dobbs was one of the great young prospects in the Mariners system coming up, but he had a brutal Achilles injury. Torn Achilles that set him back a couple of years. And really has not been able to achieve the star power, but he's been a very solid major league player and one of the best pinch hitters around when he's not used in the starting lineup. He was always a favorite of Pat Gillick, who was then the general manager of the Mariners. Gillick ended up with the Phillies, and he brought Dobbs in, and Dobbs had some good years for Charlie Manuel and filled a great role for Charlie Manuel during those division title years with the Phillies. As he lines one to left, a base hit. He just went up and poked one to the opposite field. Jimmy John's high-speed delivery. Anibal Sanchez at 95. Marco Estrada at 92 at this point, the two starters.
Yeah, that's what somewhat surprises you about Sanchez. He can get it up there mid-90s. He doesn't do it very often. Not 92, 93, but when he needs it, he's got it.
Logan Morrison, who hit the two-run homer in the first inning. And an off-speed pitch from Estrada gets him to swing and a miss. Couldn't quite tell what Morrison hit out. It was some kind of off-speed, a changeup that missed, or probably a changeup. It was 76 miles an hour, and it ended up into the Loge level in right field.
Yeah, good curveball down and in that time. Keep it down, you're going to be all right, even if you get too much of the plate with it.
No balls, 2 strikes. He spikes one. Nice block back there from Maldonado.
Yeah, to block that pitch, you just got to throw your body out there and say, I hope it hits me, because it bounces so far in front of home plate. You just have no idea what the bounce is going to do.
Morrison spoils a fastball from Estrada. It's the only afternoon game today in the big leagues. Everything else is later tonight. Another fastball. Morrison hanging tough. 1-2 the count. Looks like Morrison's in a pretty good groove right now. He's staying on everything. He's a good hitter.
He's got a lot of pop, but you got to hit him pretty well to get him out of that new ballpark in Miami. I think all power numbers are going to be down for the Marlins.
3 consecutive fastballs, and Morrison has fouled them all away. Sitting on a 6-game hitting streak after his home run in the first. A modest streak. Ozzie Guillen used him as the designated hitter on occasion through interleague, and he flourished in that role. Had a 5 RBI game as a DH against the Red Sox a couple of weeks ago.
Well, you would figure that a good pinch hitter would be a good designated hitter. Just figured, 4 or 5 pinch hit opportunities. Preparation's pretty much the same.
Well, there's some talk that Morrison will end up at first base when Emilio Bonifacio returns after the All-Star break.
Yeah, Gabby Sanchez really having a tough time. He was an All-Star last year.
Yeah, that's a tough one to figure.
Yeah,
very similar to the Ricky Weeks scenario with the Brewers, from an All-Star to a struggling hitter. Morrison goes the other way. Braun coming in, a basket catch. Nicely done, Ryan Braun, to get the out. Close fast on that one.
They join the Crew HD for $20 and get a ticket to select Brewers games. Admission to the Harley-Davidson Museum plus an HD Museum glass mug. Visit brewers.com/HD Museum.
3-2 Brewers as we play in the top of the fourth. Justin Ruggiano with one away. Estrada had him fooled in the first inning, popped him up to first base. Starts him with a hook. The Brewers start the day 7 back of the front running Reds in the National League Central Division. The Reds have Johnny Cueto up tonight against Chris Capuano in Los Angeles. Reds Dodgers a little bit later. It'll be a West Coast night start. A battle of 2 9-game winners, Cueto and Capuano. Capuano's had an impressive season. 9-3, 2.69 earned run average. Cueto's been vocal about his all-star snub. Runner goes. Maldonado's throw hits the runner. Caught a pretty good piece of Greg Dobbs.
That ball sailing on Maldonado right from the get-go, and he was very fortunate that it hit the base runner, or that would have been into center field. Trying sometimes to be a little bit too quick. Pretty good jump by Dobbs. And check it out. Drills him.
If it was kickball, he would have been out. But it's not.
Oh, right in the side. Man, that hurts.
Fourth stolen base for Dobbs. Swing and a miss. Estrada strikes out Ruggiano. Number 4 for Marco Estrada. AT&T Trivia this afternoon. Which 2 Major League pitchers have 4 complete games with 1 hit or less since 2006? There's 2 of them. And, one of them, you know, if you're paying attention earlier. He's in the ballpark today.
One of the other guys got his 4th this year.
Omar Infante takes a ball.
Matter of fact, it was a perfect game. But there's 2 others. Don't look at me like that.
There's a strike. 1-1. Oh, I don't mind. I'm all for hits. I think you do a fine job. I'm not saying the truck agrees with that.
Giving hints or doing a fine job?
Both.
All right.
Broken bat. Cody Ransom. And there's the final out of the 4th inning. Works around a leadoff single and a stolen base. It's a 3-2 Brew Crew.
Brewers fans, do you know someone who has helped improve the lives of others? If so, the Brewers would like to hear from you. Nominate your Brewers Community Achiever at brewers.com/community or pick up a nomination form at the guest relations booth at Miller Park. Each month, one individual will receive 4 tickets, on-field acknowledgement, and the opportunity to throw out a ceremonial first pitch. Brian?
All right, Telly, thanks. Head to the bottom of the 4th inning from Miller Park. Cody Ransom on the first pitch, just foul. Missed it by just a little bit.
And just couldn't wait back long enough. Sanchez has been making some mistakes with his fastball tonight. I should say today.
Sanchez has given up 8 hits already through the first 3 innings. The Brewers scored 3 last inning to take the lead. On a day when he arrives to the ballpark, and I'm sure he is aware of the lineup as anyone, he sees no Hanley Ramirez and no Giancarlo Stanton in the batting order today. 2 of the Marlins' big bats.
As if it hasn't been tough enough to score runs for this guy this year for Florida. They've had a rough time.
Ransom pops it up. Gabby Sanchez in foul territory for the first out. Take it back to our AT&T trivia question. Which 2 major league pitchers have 4 complete games with 1 hit or less since '06? Anibal Sanchez is one of them, has a no-hitter and 3 1-hitters. And there's the Rock giveaway. Matt Cain, 3 1-hitters. He finally went the distance and finished one off in a perfect game earlier this season. Cain, an all-star, and what a great season he has had for the Giants. I like the fact that he was hitting golf balls before his start. That was a special promotion they had because of the U.S. Open. Matt Cain launched a driver into the bay before the perfect game, as Morrison runs down that line drive by Maldonado for the second out.
From home plate.
Yeah. In full uniform. You didn't see that? The day of the perfect game.
Okay.
They had a promotion on the field at AT&T Park, and a lot of the Giants players were hitting drives into the bay, and Matt Cain wanted to do it.
Okay.
But he was starting that day.
I didn't see that. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You were probably out.
Were there fans in the stands for that? That'd be kind of dangerous, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, there were fans in the stands. I think so. But it's a driver, and he's maybe they cleared the area in the out. There's not a whole lot of seats out there in right field, remember? It's just the landing.
Well, it takes one fan.
I remember John Daly, he used to put on these presentations, these shows, and he'd hit drivers off Coke cans and things like that. And then he'd turn around and hit a driver over the grandstand. He'd turn around and hit it right over the pipple.
Yeah.
Which I always thought was a little scary. I think this was a little more climate controlled. But anyway, he hit a driver and he threw a perfect game. That was the point of the story.
Nice. Maybe you should do that every day.
Nothing like a little pregame golf, right, Rock?
Right.
A swing and a miss as Estrada is down on strikes. 3 up, 3 down inning for Anibal Sanchez.
And today's Tavern of the Game winner, Sandpiper Bar and Grill in Two Rivers. If they call the Brewers in the next 24 hours, they get 40 Miller Lite beer pen tickets to a Brewers home game this year. This offer courtesy of the Tavern League of Wisconsin and Miller Lite.
Let's take a look at what's happening down on the farm. Minor league report. See Willie Peralta. It's been up and down for the Brewers this year. Back to AAA. Last night he went 7 innings of shutout baseball. His first win in his last 4 outings. Good for Willie Peralta. Mitch Haniger, an outfielder in Appleton with the Wisconsin Timber Rattlers. 1 for 3 with a home run and 4 ribbies last night. Congratulations to Mitch, his first professional home run. I saw Lance Renicky had a couple of hits for the T-Rats yesterday as well. Drove in a couple of runs. Good baseball down on the farm, and nice to know that you've got a minor league affiliate just about an hour and a half from Miller Park in Appleton. 3-2 Brew Crew as we head to the 5th inning. Marlins scored 2 in the first on a Logan Morrison 2-run homer, and then Milwaukee answered with 3 in the 3rd. RBIs from Aoki and Aramis Ramirez. Marco Estrada back to the mound. Gabby Sanchez leads off. Sanchez, Buck, and Sanchez coming up here in the 5th inning. No Giancarlo Stanton in the lineup today. Scratched with a sore right knee. Maldonado,
yeah,
getting lower than low.
Going Tony Pena on us.
That's old school Tony Pena. Yep. That's what that is.
Benito Santiago.
He's fun to watch. Brewers are very blessed with a couple of talented catchers. Sanchez pops this one up. Cody Ransom never saw it, still doesn't see it, but Gomez does. And he makes a catch for the out. A little panic setting in with the Brewers shortstop.
Hey, spending 4th of July holiday tomorrow here at Miller Park as the Brewers continue the series with these Marlins. Enjoy $1 hot dogs all day long. Visit Brewers.com or call 414-902-4000 for tickets.
4th of July baseball at Miller Park. Very American. That'll be fun tomorrow. Hope you can make plans to join us. We'll have the game for you on Fox Sports Wisconsin if you cannot. John Baca swing and a miss.
He's got a good breaking ball today, does Marco Estrada. Curveball is actually better than the changeup today. It's not very often you could say that about Marco Estrada.
Peers through that glove a la Andy Pettitte. Marco is from Southern California. He was born in Mexico and raised in California, just outside Los Angeles. Grew up a big Dodger fan. Estrada is a guy that got a little big league time with the Washington Nationals. He came to the Brewers under Ken Maka. Got a taste of the big leagues and then was left off the major league roster prior to last season. Ron Renicky had never even seen him pitch. He had heard about Estrada. Estrada was over in minor league camp, and when Zach Greinke broke his rib in a pickup basketball game, the Brewers went searching for starters. It was Amari Rivas and Willie Peralta. They both faltered in spring training, and it just happened to be Estrada's day to pitch on the minor league side, so they brought him over, and he shined. And he ended up making the team and serving a great role for the Brewers in their division championship winning season last year.
And everything the Brewers asked him to do last year, he was able to do very well out of the bullpen, and certainly making starts for Zach Greinke and then later in the year for Narveson. And he continues to pitch well, although does not have a win yet. He certainly pitched well enough for a win.
Full count to Buck. Swing and a miss. He struck him out. A fastball from Estrada. 2 outs in the inning and strikeout number 5. By the way, Rock, it's Twitter Tuesday. That's why you're in such a good mood. Rock gets to answer questions. Baumeister Jason, I'm guessing. Baumeister.
Okay.
Rock, who was your favorite pitcher to catch and why? And that is the Twitter handle of Bill Schroeder at Brewers Fan Camp.
Yeah, that's an awfully difficult, one to. It's like asking a father who his favorite kid is. Although, back in the days with Milwaukee, when I was catching for the Brewers, Teddy Higuera was as dominant as any pitcher I'd ever caught. And when you put your glove on the outside corner, pretty good chance it's going to be within a couple of inches. He's like sitting in a rocking chair catching Teddy Higuera when he was right. He was a lot of fun.
Nice. There's a bunt. Sanchez drops another one down. And the out is recorded. 3 up, 3 down for Marco Estrada. 3-2 Brewers. Brewers coming up. Back at Miller Park in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on a hot Tuesday afternoon. Brian Anderson with Bill Schroeder and Telly Hughes. Great to have you with us today for Game 2 of this series with the Florida Marlins, the Miami Marlins. Whoops, there's $1 in the kitty. The newly named Miami Marlins. A reminder that this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Milwaukee Brewers and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without express written consent of the Milwaukee Brewers Baseball Club. Miami Marlins.
It's not bad. That's second game. First time.
Old habits die hard. I'm looking forward to getting to the new stadium, though. That won't be for a while. But the Marlins in a beautiful new ballpark. Marlins Park. Retractable roof stadium.
In September, right?
Yeah, the Brewers will not be in Miami until September 3rd through the 6th. It'll be another 4-game series. Carlos Gomez shoots one back up the middle. A base hit. The hits keep coming for Milwaukee. That is number 9 of the ball game.
Off-speed pitch from Sanchez. It looked like a change-up. A little cue shot off the end of the bat by Gomez. You can see the funny spin on it and kind of squirts its way into center field. And now Nori Aoki.
I figure this could be a bunting opportunity with Braun coming up next. It was interesting hearing the comments of Nori Aoki last night. He had the successful squeeze bunt that gave the Brewers the lead for good. He said he gets extremely nervous when he sees that sign for a squeeze bunt when he's at the plate.
He doesn't show it though.
Close play over there. Gomez is back.
This is going to be an interesting matchup with Gomez and Sanchez out on the mound.
Gomez a little shaken up over at first base. Aoki had a good line though. You could learn from it in any walk of life. When you get nervous, you get a little uptight. So you just have to focus, make things small, and think about the job at hand. That's a good way to do it.
Yep, slow things down. Don't overreact. And sometimes, you know, a little bit of anxiety is a good thing as long as it doesn't take over. But you could have fooled me for him saying he gets nervous, because he executes beautifully. He's done 4 different suicide or safety squeezes this year.
Right. Now the Brewers have 7 successful squeeze bunts. Aoki has dropped 4 of them down. There's a swing and a miss.
You would think he's used to it by now.
And he said it's not something he did very often, hardly ever, as a professional player in Japan. He thinks he may have had a couple when he was a high school player. This guy's mentally tough, you can tell just by what he's been able to accomplish here. Little flare. That's a long run for Solano, and he makes an over-the-shoulder catch. Nicely done. Aoki is retired.
Sanchez able to get in on Aoki's hands and never taking his eye off the baseball. Donovan Solano able to haul it in. Good play.
Well, Ryan Braun will step in. Got some news here, Rockets, from a couple of different sources. MLB and Fox Sports South reporting that Chipper Jones will replace Matt Kemp on the All-Star roster, which means Ryan Braun will, in fact, be a starter in the All-Star game.
There you go.
In the outfield. So he will start his 5th consecutive All-Star game. And that pulls Chipper Jones out of the final 5 fan voting. And now it's going to be interesting to see where that vote goes. You know, Bryce Harper is in that group. Michael Bourne of the Braves. Aaron Hill of the Arizona Diamondbacks. I think it was going to come down to Jones or Harper. The 40-year-old Jones and the 19-year-old Harper. So David Freese is the other of the St. Louis Cardinals. So we'll see. Who gets your vote for the final 5, Rock? Or do you want to tweet that? Gomez goes. Braun takes a pitch. Throw from the knees. Not in time. Stolen base.
How about that throw? My goodness. What an arm by John Buck. Never get off his knees and threw a strike, a bullet down to second base. Wow. Check this out. Bingo. Right on the money.
Yeah, Gomez got a great jump. That's his 10th steal of the year.
That makes my arm hurt just watching him.
Yeah.
That's all arm, folks. And look at that throw.
Well, now the Brewers can add to their lead with a base hit. The best arm the Marlins have is not in the lineup here today. Giancarlo Stanton.
You think that's tweet-worthy, who I think should be the internet winner?
Every opinion needs to be disseminated via Twitter. There are no opinions that are left untold.
That's not the case on at Brewers fan camp. That will not be the case. Gonna have to get you involved in that. Not your own, but I'm just going to throw out some Brian Anderson information.
Oh, yeah. Be careful.
Paybacks.
I'll sue you, man. Little half swing. Braun goes. It's 2-2.
Can you do that?
I don't know. I don't think so.
On Twitter?
Sure. Well, we'll see. Sure, we could try.
I'm nervous.
Yeah, you might get sued over one of those scouting reports. Hey, I don't throw a two-seamer. Don't be slandering me that way.
It's about as controversial as I'll get.
So Braun strikes out. Very uncharacteristic of Ryan Braun. That's out number 2. Well, there are a number of ways you can get interactive with us on social media each day during our broadcast. You can tweet your questions at FS Wisconsin. Make sure you're following Bill Schroeder and Craig Cashon at their handles at Brewers Fan Camp and at Craig Cashon. You can also get interactive with us through our Game Connect page. That's at foxsportswisconsin.com. So if you want to go old school via the internet, via the World Wide Web, as opposed to Twitter.
Yeah.
Or if you see us around the ballpark, you can engage in good old-fashioned human interaction. Face-to-face, words to word. Aramis Ramirez with 2 away. Got jammed. Solano winds it up, and the inning is over. So Anibal Sanchez gets through the 5th, works around a leadoff single and a stolen base. Sixth inning. Another Woods is poised to take golf by storm. Fox Sports Wisconsin's Paul Immig sat down with Cheyenne Woods, who hopes to follow in the footsteps of her famous Uncle Tiger. This week's U.S. Women's Open. You can read Paul's story at foxsportswisconsin.com. And we want to send out our best wishes to all of the personnel putting together the U.S. Women's Open Black Wolf Run. I hear it's a great setup, great golf course. And bringing a big event to Wisconsin. Looking forward to that this week. It starts Thursday, the opening round. Jose Reyes in the air to Ryan Braun, and he is retired. Reyes is 0 for 3 on 3 pop-ups.
I want to also send out some hellos to Mickey Matheson, the great aunt and longtime Brewer fan of Dean Roscoe, the organist here at Miller Park.
Yeah, he's the best.
She is 92 years old, watching from her hospital bed in Racine. So we wish her a speedy recovery. Great aunt Mickey Matheson.
I love hearing the organ at the ballpark. Dean Roscoe does a great job.
You're telling Dean's in a good mood, too.
Yeah. Just by the song choice.
Right.
He starts breaking out ABBA. He is locked in.
Who isn't? You hear Dancing Machine?
Yeah. Dancing Machine.
Dancing Queen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, Dancing Queen.
Dancing Queen, yeah. How can you not smile when you hear that?
Dean, if you're listening, maybe you could cue up a little Dancing Queen for us between batters. Ramirez, long throw, and not in time. Infield hit. Tough play for Ramirez. Solano beats it out. His second hit of the day.
And these Marlins can run. I mean, Solano gets down the line in good shape. Kind of a slow roller down the line, and a pretty good effort by Ramirez. Just couldn't get him.
So it'll be Greg Dobbs with a man on and one away. 3-2 Milwaukee. A tight one here at Miller Park. Brewers have 9 hits. They've had one big inning where they scored 3 runs. Had an RBI from Aoki and then a 2 RBI double by Aramis Ramirez. Both Marlins runs came on one swing of the bat from Logan Morrison in the first. 2-run homer. Stifling inside Miller Park. But plenty of shade now. Brewers looking for a ground ball. They'd love to turn 2 to get out of this inning. And Dobbs fouls it back. Dobbs had a hit his last time up. He led off an inning with a single. Good catch up there by a fan. Big day for the drink vendors today. Going to shed a few pounds. They're going to sell a lot of product.
Good day for it.
We tip our hat to our great crew out there working in the heat. All part of the experience at Miller Park. I always love those stories of Trevor Hoffman, and we never really knew about him while he was here, but after the fact you'd hear stories that Trevor Hoffman on a day like this he would, he'd buy all of the ushers, the vendors, he'd buy them pizzas, buy them drinks on a day like this. What a class act.
Yeah.
And he did it all on the QT.
That's a good human being, Trevor Hoffman.
Yep.
The last of a breed, Trevor Hoffman, that you don't see a whole lot of anymore. Where take care of the young guys, kind of teach the young guys how to act in the big leagues, not just on the field but off the field.
He'd buy guys suits, take some of the relievers out, buy them a couple of suits. I know he did that for Tim Dillard among others. 1-2 to Dobbs. And a swing and a foul tip right into the mid of Maldonado. A strikeout. Number 6 for Marco Estrada.
Another good fastball down and away, and Dobbs just gets a piece of it, but Maldonado holds on. Hey, it's Miller time in the Miller Lite Beer Pen every Friday night at Miller Park. Fans 21 and older can get a Lowe's bleacher ticket and a T-shirt for just $22.
2 outs and Logan Morrison with a man on. Homered off Estrada in the first inning. The only run producing hit the Marlins have had today. He spins one in for a strike. Morrison hit a changeup out. Estrada retired him in the 4th inning. He got ahead of him with a couple of curveballs, and he does the same here. Morrison hit a line drive for an out his last time up. Out to Braun to the opposite field.
Doing a nice job keeping the ball down. You were worried about that leg after that double. I wouldn't anymore. I mean, first sign of a guy having a leg problem is leaving pitches up in the strike zone. He's not doing that at all.
It's a good hat. I'm kind of a hat expert. Got to get another hat for you when we go back to Cincy. The haberdasher.
I've got a ton of hats. I think I'm done.
And bullets for some reason. I don't know. Non-perishable food items and bullets. You got something you're planning here, Rock?
Powdered milk. Nah, not bullets.
Let me know if I need to get lost.
I'll tweet it to you.
How are things on the @Brewers Fan Camp Twitter page? Yeah, check that out.
They've got a bit of a promotion going on with the @Brewers Fan Camp.
Oh. Runner goes, and a swing and a bouncer foul.
What we're doing, we're asking fans to, on home games only, tweet in their suggestions for the instructional.
Oh, I see. Look, listen.
He did it. Dancing Queen. He listens to us.
See, Dean Roscoe on fire.
Ask and you shall receive.
That was beautiful. Way to go, Dean. I think he was playing that with a little more life than he normally does.
Look, there he is.
There he is. Yeah, he's rocking.
That's for his great aunt.
He's not even playing for the crowd. He's just doing it for fun for himself. That's how much he loves his job. Just rocking out. Working on his progressions.
So you want me to finish the promotion?
Oh, were you saying something, Rock? I'm sorry. Brewers Fan Camp. Yes.
Yeah, tweet in suggestions for the instructional. We'll pick one. We've picked one today. I'm going to let you know a little bit later. I got to tweet it first.
Well, so folks are tweeting in, and then you choose the winner.
Right.
And then you tweet it out, or you just do it.
We just let everybody know what it's going to be.
And what is the
and
person
who
who tweets it in? What does he win?
I'm going to get him a ball. I'm going to send him a baseball.
Major League Baseball?
Sign it with the Twitter handle underneath.
You're going to sign it practice.
No. We're going to get a baseball.
Nice. Well, that is serious fan participation. Morrison lifts one in the air. Braun fighting with the sun a little bit, and he's got it now, and he makes a catch. Tough sun field in left. Inning over, still 3-2 Brewers. Wisconsin Lottery, reminding you to please play responsibly. And by the new Miller Lite Punch Top Can. It's Miller time. The sausage race. A little sloppy out of the gates today, the sausage race. But, you know, it's all good fun as Corey Hart starts it. High fly ball, deep left center field. It's way back there. And it's gone! Livan Hernandez. Enthusiastic in the bullpen as Corey Hart gives the Brewers a 2-run lead. Oh, a high towering home run by Corey Hart. His 16th of the season.
Good things happen when you hear Dancing Queen at the ballpark. Well, that's the way Corey Hart hits them. High towering shots. This one into the Brewers bullpen. Sanchez getting a lot of play with that fastball. Hit number 10 by Milwaukee. And check out Livan Hernandez.
From Dancing Queen to Dancing Livan.
Nice catch.
That's great. In X mode with a softball in his other hand. What is Livan Hernandez doing with a yellow softball?
Guys get loose with him.
Yeah.
Kind of stretch out a little bit. You know, Livan has the split-fingered fastball, right? A lot of guys will use a softball. They'll wrap their split fingers with it. Stretch them out. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that's good. I didn't expect that in bullpen analysis.
Remember Pete Ladd, don't you?
Oh, yeah.
Back in the old days, Pete Ladd would go down to the bullpen with a shot put and get loose, kind of just windmilling his arm around with a shot put.
That was the Mike Marshall plan with the shot put.
Well, it didn't look very big in Pete Ladd's hands, though.
4-2 Brewers over Ozzie Guillen's Marlins. That home run by Hart, the first since June 20th. When he homered against Toronto as Weeks goes down the line. Extra bases for Ricky Weeks. Weeks starting to heat up. 2 hits today. Had a big double yesterday at about that same spot. And a man in scoring position. Brewers are putting together a serious attack with the base hits today. That's the 11th of the ball game.
Man, just bad location by Sanchez. It's been like that all day. That pitch middle in, pretty much straight as a string, and Ricky Weeks with his second base hit.
And Randy St. Clair, the Marlins pitching coach, on his way to the mound.
'89 pitches for Anibal Sanchez, and 64 of them for strikes. So he's throwing a lot of strikes. He hasn't walked a batter, but getting an awful lot of the play with his pitches today.
Livan Hernandez crashing into the wall down there as he makes that play. Everybody gets handshakes. It's Corey Hart homers to give the Brewers the 4-2 lead. And now he can relax after the play. He's made his contribution. The former Marlin.
He has a lot of fun on a baseball field. See him carrying on in the clubhouse. I mean, that's a guy that has doesn't seem to have much of a problem making friends, and quickly. He's gassed.
Cody Ransom takes a ball. Livan Hernandez has a great history with the Florida Marlins. Well, he's had a terrific career and he's still at it. Came up with the Marlins. Part of that 97 World Series team. Marlins have won the World Series twice. That was early in Hernandez's career in '97. Pitching in the postseason. Won 2 games in the World Series. Davey Nelson can tell you all about that World Series. As the Marlins beat the Cleveland Indians. Davey was a coach for the Indians through their great run in the late '90s. Strike to Ransom.
Guy that gave up the base hit to the Marlins to win that World Series, the pitching coach for the Diamondbacks, Charles Nagy.
Yeah, good one. Charles Nagy.
Just in town.
Weeks out at second, and Ransom takes ball 4.
Yeah, you got to figure the leash is going to be a little bit short at this point, and that's going to be it for him. 95 pitches for Sanchez, an early exit.
Azaguian on his way to the mound. He'll make the change. Anibal Sanchez cannot get through the 6th. A home run, a single, and a walk. It's 4-2 as he exits. We'll take a break, set up the new pitcher when we come back. Start this inning to add to their lead. They play in the 6th inning. Well, the inaugural Brewers mini marathon is set to debut in Milwaukee on Saturday, September 22nd. The scenic 13.1-mile route is sure to make this the most unique half marathon in the area. We invite you to register today. You can join in on the racing experience by visiting race-brewers.com. race-brewers.com. That'll be a fun one. There's the course map. Takes you in and around the area with Miller Park and the domes and across the street. All right, Rock, new pitcher here, Chad Godin. His 20th appearance. He's in relief of Anibal Sanchez, and the Brewers 2 on, nobody out.
Another opportunity, perhaps drop down a bunt. We'll see if Marco Estrada gets in that bat. He's on the on-deck circle. It was 19 appearances this year. 11 have gone for 2 or more innings, and that's why he's in the ball game right now.
Weeks at second, Ransom at first for Maldonado. And he does square, and he gets a bunt down. Godin thought about third. He'll take the out at first. Sacrifice bunt. Martin Maldonado, which would tell you that Marco Estrada is done. A good job by the Brewer catcher. Now second and third with 1 away, and Renicky will go to his bench to try to cash in a couple of more.
Yeah, good job by Marco Estrada, who's in line for his first victory of the year.
So Estrada, 89 pitches, goes 6 innings, 2 earned runs, both coming in the first inning, and he's out now. And one of the stars from last night's game, Travis Ishikawa, who had a pinch hit, 2 out, 2 strike, 2 RBI single to tie the game yesterday. As big as Aoki's squeeze bunt was, the Brewers don't get in that position without Ishikawa. And what was so impressive about that sequence, if you were watching last night's game, if you saw the game, the Brewers had the bases loaded with nobody out in that inning. And then there were 2 quick outs on a double play. And it looked like the Marlins might be able to get through the inning with no damage until Ishikawa delivered the 2 runs with a single. Anibal Sanchez surrenders a season high 11 hits in 5+ innings. Those are his runners on base.
Yeah, but only 4 runs. Marlins still in this game. Down by only 2. Ishikawa has something to say about that.
Three balls, no strikes. As a pinch hitter this year, Ishikawa is 3 for 16. Ozzie Guillen's telling John Buck, just put him on.
Yeah, why not? Didn't look like they were too willing to throw him strikes.
So as he falls behind 3-0, he will walk him intentionally. And that sets the scene for Carlos Gomez with the bases loaded. Good crowd, thirsty for some runs.
Anytime you're in a situation like this, you're thinking squeeze. It's kind of the way you've been trained at this point. Watching the Brewers this year. A little bit more difficult, though, with the bases loaded.
Slow roller to second. Flip to the bag, and it's dropped. Everybody safe. A run is in. Another Marlins miscue defensively. There was no way Reyes was going to be able to throw Gomez out on a double play. And he was just trying to make a catch on the bag, but he lost concentration and it dropped.
And he's 6. A good flip over there from Infante, and never really had it in the glove. Gomez, as you mentioned, there's no chance of turning 2 on that. Reyes just booted it. Another error. Second of the day.
Give Gomez an RBI. 5-2 Brewers. Here is Aoki. Chad Godin in for Sanchez. Bases loaded, 1 away. And a strike, a fastball. Two and 1. Chad Godin playing for his 8th different team in his 10th season in the big leagues.
Got a good sinking fastball, having a tough time locating the outside corner. He'll throw a slider. Trying to get Aoki to roll over on one and get a double play ball. Aoki's got to make him get a pitch up in the strike zone.
Well, the Brewers trying to deliver a knockout punch. Aoki has 4 home runs this year. One of those at inside the Parker. 2-1 the count. And it misses away. 3 balls and a strike. Aoki extended his hitting streak to 10 games with a single and an RBI in the 3rd inning. He would later score in that inning. Got Braun coming up next. Godin's got to go after him. The 3-1, and it's swinging a high fly ball to right. Dobbs is back. This will be deep enough to score the run. All 3 runners will tag, and all 3 will make it. Sac fly, RBI for Aoki.
And just missed that one. Wow. Aoki puts a good swing on a 3-1 fastball. He was executing very nicely today.
Six to 2. 3 runs are in here in the 6th inning. Aoki drives in his 2nd of the game, and here's Braun now with runners at 2nd and 3rd. I wonder if Braun knows that he will now start in the All-Star game. And if you're just picking us up, Chipper Jones was added to the National League All-Star team. Matt Kemp will be unavailable due to an injury. So Ryan Braun, who is 4th in the voting among National League outfielders, will now start in place of Matt Kemp. So the National League All-Star starters in the outfield will be Ryan Braun, Melky Cabrera, and Carlos Beltran. Braun hits one high and deep. He knows he got it. It's a 3-run shot. And the Brewers have broken it wide open here in the 6th. 9-2 as Braun with his National League leading 23rd homer of the season. For the Brew Crew. 6 runs are in. A 3-run homer by Ryan Braun with 2 away. And a 7-run lead as Aramis Ramirez takes a strike.
Now the second 6-run inning for the Brewers in his homestand. Now they did it to the Arizona Diamondbacks on Saturday, and they may be able to do it again here today.
Matches their largest inning. It's the 5th time they've scored 6 in an inning. 430 feet, they announce it. That ball just blasted off the batter's eye in center field. Ramirez into center. He loves it. Back is Ruggiano. Not enough. Ruggiano makes a catch. Inning is over. The Brewers bat around. They score 6 times. Capped off with a Ryan Braun homer. It started with a Corey Hart home run. For Hart, number 16. And a nice catch by Livan Hernandez. And Ryan Braun, number 23. 9-2 Brewers. advance 9-2. The Brewers have the lead on a 6-run 6th inning in the Marshfield Clinic shining moment of the game. Ryan Braun takes one off the shoe tops.
Now, do you expect a guy to hit a ball out of the ballpark in a pitch like that? I mean, it's outer half, but look at it, it's below the knees. But look at the way Ryan Braun, the leverage that he has, and the power that he generates, even on a decent pitcher's pitch. Now, it got too much of the plate, yes, but the pitch was down, and look at Ryan just gulps it out of there. Nice easy swing, and watch where it lands. That's an incredible talent, Ryan Braun.
430-foot homer. And Ryan Braun keeps climbing the list, so he is now 8 shy of tying Prince Fielder. And these are home runs through the first 6 seasons of a career. You know, Ryan Braun has his name etched among the great home run hitters of all time to begin a career. It'll be Jose Veras out of the Brewers bullpen. 9-2 as we head to the 7th inning now.
You see his numbers very good for Jose Veras, who's been throwing the baseball pretty well. He's only given up 1 earned run in his last 15 in the 3rd innings. That's 16 appearances. He came in a big spot on Sunday. He struck out Justin Upton with the bases loaded to end an inning.
Ruggiano. Big swing and a miss. Well, you look back at the 6th inning and you start to reconstruct it. Corey Hart led the inning off with a home run, and then Renicky made a decision to play for offense. He bunted his 8th place hitter, and that told you right there he was going to pinch hit for his pitcher, batting 9th. Ishikawa did pinch hit. He drew a walk, and then the Brewers scored 5 runs. So the manager pulled the right card. He was looking for offense. I'm sure even as optimistic as he is, he didn't expect 5 runs to come across. And the Brewers have extended to a 7-run lead now as we go into the 7th inning.
It's all predetermined. It just doesn't happen by accident. You just don't all of a sudden say, you know, we're going to do this. I mean, they talk about this stuff, you know, before the game starts. What are we going to do late in the game? Who do we have? What are our options? And you know, when it comes up, it becomes much easier. He and Jerry Narron talked this stuff through all day.
That one is hit deep. Ruggiano can watch that one go a mile. Justin Ruggiano, his 2nd homer in as many games. Well, this guy's on some kind of tear, Ruggiano.
A team that is looking for offense, how do you put him on the bench? And Bonifacio comes back.
Ruggiano was coming up in the Tampa Bay system, but couldn't find any playing time with Carl Crawford and B.J. Upton, regulars in the outfield on the corners and in center field.
And this is not an easy outfield to break into.
He's found a home here, and you know that Guillen's going to keep him in there. So much so that Ozzie Guillen has talked about when Bonifacio returns, his everyday center fielder, that he will move Logan Morrison to first base, perhaps giving Ruggiano some space to play in left.
Guy's hitting nearly 400.
Infante deep center field. Gomez tracking it down. He's got it for the out. 1 away following the home run by Ruggiano. Let's take another look.
That breaking ball that stayed up in the strike zone right down the middle, and Ruggiano back footing that curveball, knocking it out of there, and about halfway up that 2nd deck and left. That's where hangers end up in the seats.
And Braun could only watch. It's got to be a sick feeling for a pitcher to hear that sound and see the flight of the baseball, and then your first instinct is to look at your outfielder, and he's just watching.
See, that's a home run that was hit on a pitch that you would expect to hit a home run on.
Right.
A hanging curveball. What separates Ryan Braun from the average guy is that he hits home runs on pitches that a lot of hitters might get a single, maybe a double, but he can hit them, 450 feet.
I'm a little surprised Ryan Braun was not asked to participate in the home run derby by Matt Kemp. Now Braun was a little bit coy. I don't know if he declined and didn't want it to be public, but or if he was not even asked. Remember Braun winning the MVP last year. Matt Kemp finished second, and a lot of discussion that Matt Kemp should have won it. Dodger fans certainly feel that way, but nobody hits him as far as Ryan Braun. I mean, he's an ideal home run derby candidate. Not that the guys he picked are any slouches. On the ground to Weeks off his glove. That'll end up in center field, and that'll go as a base hit for Gabby Sanchez. Sanchez hit it hard. Weeks got a bit of a late break on it, but it goes as a hit, and a man on with one away against Veras.
Ricky trying to grab it on the backhand, a couple of steps, angling back, but just couldn't get there. Knocked it down though. Probably a play that Ricky tell you he should have made.
And here's John Buck. Each club with 2 homers today. Logan Morrison had a 2-run homer in the first, and then Ruggiano's solo shot a moment ago. Hart and Braun homering in the same inning. A 6-run sixth. Brewers have a pretty good box score going offensively today. Everybody in the lineup has contributed. The only position player without a hit, Martin Maldonado, but he dropped down a sac bunt. Even Marco Estrada had a hit today, a double. Veras last pitched on Sunday. Had a big strikeout late in that game to stay out of a Diamondbacks threat. There's a sweeping curve in there for a strike. Two and two the count on John Buck. Full count. This is a 4-game series, by the way. So 2 more days remaining after this one. Same time tomorrow for the 4th of July. First pitch just after 3. We're on the air at 2:30. And then Thursday's game is a 1 o'clock game, 1:10.
Getaway day for Milwaukee.
Yeah, Brewers are going to Houston for a 3-game series. Lost him. Well, you don't want to be walking guys with a big lead. And Veras will now pitch with 2 on and 1 out. And with the pitcher spot coming up, it's going to be Austin Kearns. Rick Kranitz on his way to the mound. This could be a one-sided conversation here.
Yeah, Kearns getting very sporadic playing time and only 70 at bats, although he does have 3 home runs. He struck out looking in last night's game.
A run is in on a homer by Ruggiano. And Vera's back to work. Brewers are looking for that ground ball to finish this inning. Set up to turn 2. Starts him with a curve that misses. Manny Parra getting loose. Now with a 9-3 lead, you know, Renicky, whose team does not have an off day until the All-Star break, is hoping to get through this one without having to use some of his better relievers, the ones who pitch in tight games, K-Rod and Axford. It's the days you have to take advantage of. You get an offensive outburst like this.
Yeah, both of them have pitched in the last 2 games, so it'd be nice to not have to use them with a 6-run lead.
And Veras hits him. And now the bases are loaded.
Setting up inside and just not able to find his spot, let it get away, and now the bases are loaded. A long ball here, and the Marlins all of a sudden are right back in it.
Yep.
Just like that.
Can't give him an inch. Hit him right in the stomach. Wow. So Renicky will let it ride with Veras. Jose Reyes is up. Reyes is 0 for 3. He has made 3 outs in the air here today. After the home run, the Marlins have loaded him up. A single, a walk, and a hit batter. Reyes, the batting champion in the National League a season ago, signing a free agent deal with the Marlins. Down on the count 1-2 now. Part of the deal for Jose Reyes signing that deal with Miami is that he had to cut his dreadlocks. He had the Ricky Weeks look going, and I like what he did. He did the dreadlocks shear for charity. They were sold those individual locks.
What do you do with them once you buy them?
I think you just kind of hang them on the wall. You could play pin the tail on a donkey with them, or all kind of thing, all kind of stuff. They went for a pretty good mint. I want to say 10 grand.
I believe it. I mean, Jose Reyes is a big name in baseball.
Back up the middle, a base hit. And this is going to bring in 1. They'll hold the runner around third. And the beat goes on, and Veras comes in here in a 9-2 ball game.
And even the out that he was able to record was a deep fly to center field. Boy, not his day today. Fastball up, right back through the middle. Jose Veras. I should say Jose Reyes. And because they were down by 6 runs, they don't chance getting a man thrown out at home plate.
So it's 9-4 now, and a pitching change as Manny Parra will come in. Veras exits, gets just 1 out in the 7th. manages one out. A rough day for Veras, and he's taken out with the bases loaded. Manny Parra will be next out of the bullpen. Score is now 9-4. 2 runs are in, and Parra is going to have to come up with something here to get out of this mess.
Yeah, it's all about getting ahead with a fastball and putting hitters away with a splitter. Boy, he needs to get one down in the zone to get a ground ball. He threw a scoreless 7th inning on Saturday against the Diamondbacks. He struck out the side in that inning.
Brewers scored 6 runs in the bottom of the 6th inning to take that 9-2 lead. Now the Marlins knocking at the door for more. Nice block back there by Maldonado, but Solano able to check his swing. Donovan Solano, his brother Jonathan, made his major league debut earlier this year with the Washington Nationals. He's the backup catcher with the Nationals. Bouncing ball. Ransom to Weeks, and not in time. Solano beats it out. The inning continues. Another run is in.
Now DJ Rayburn saying he didn't miss it. Ron Renicky saying he did miss it. Could have gone either way. Brewers didn't get the call.
Be an RBI for Solano. It's now 9-5.
Off the end of the bat, not hit all that hard. Solano runs pretty well. Yeah, hard to tell there.
Bang, bang.
And it's really difficult to complain either way, but the Marlins got the benefit of the call at first.
Instead of an inning-ending double play, it's a fielder's choice in an RBI. And now the Marlins are one swing of the bat to bringing the tying run to the plate. Greg Dobbs batting in the 3-hole today for the Marlins.
Got to believe that Ramirez and Stanton both are not available, or you might have seen them in this situation. With the lefty on the mound, both of them big, powerful right-handed hitters. They're going to stick with the left-handed hitting Dobbs. That's a break for Milwaukee. Let's see if Manny can take advantage of it.
Marlins have scored 3. Those runs belonging to Veras. 2-0 to Dobbs. And a grinder of a 7th inning for the Brewers. 3-0. Two lefties, Dobbs and Morrison, right in the heart of the Marlins order. 3 and 4 hitters for Ozzie Guillen. Strike one. Goes full. Manny Parra with another fastball.
Dobbs swinging at ball 4.
Well, the runner at first will get a head start here. Solano. Three runs are in. Parra trying to get the Brewers to the dugout. 3-2 pitch. Runner goes. Dobbs, a little bouncer out to second. Weeks makes the play. Inning over. Well, good job, Manny Parra. Marlins score 3. It's 9-5 Brewers. Stretch time at Miller Park.
Brewers here in game 2 over the Marlins, and we've enjoyed reading your Twitter's accounts here with our social media day, Twitter Tuesday. And of course, we're focusing on Rock's account, and this is what we've got for you at Brewers Fan Camp. We've asked you to participate in deciding our instructional. Well, we know what the signs are from third. How about the signs from catcher to pitcher? That's what we're going to focus on. It has been revealed here, and we thank you, courtesy of your Twitter community, Rock. And we're looking forward to it. You and Dave are going to dive in after the ball game.
Yep, Twitter Nation has spoken. And we're going to do that on our instructional tonight.
I love that. Would you almost smoke Davey in the face with a bat?
You keep saying that. I didn't even come close.
That's awesome.
The one thing you had to remember, you think about that with that video on the bottom.
Yeah.
They kind of put it real close together. It really wasn't like that when we did it.
I disagree. I think you almost clocked Davey right in the nose. It makes me laugh every time. Corey Hart at the plate, presented by Wendy's. He homered to start the 6-run inning. Craig going with the Twitters instead of the tweets. He's kind of bringing his own language. New pitchers Ryan Webb. Saw him yesterday, and Hart rips one into the gap in left center. And a one-hopper out of here. A ground rule double for Corey Hart. Well, he blistered that baseball.
A single home run double for Corey Hart. He's 3 for 4. Everything he has hit today has been right on the screws, right on the barrel. Fastball out over the plate. I'll tell you, pitchers for the Marlins today have been getting a lot of the plate with their fastballs, and the Brewers have been able to take advantage of it. They've banged out 13 hits.
Yeah, Anibal Sanchez gave up 11 of those hits. Hart is a triple away from the cycle. That'll be fun to watch if he gets another trip to the plate. Ricky Weeks has 2 hits today. 2 for 3, a couple of singles. Trigger had a double his last time up. Nine 9-5 Brewers on a hitterish kind of day at Miller Park. Well, from the bottom of the 6th to the top of the 7th, there were 17 batters. Brewers batted around in the 6th inning, brought 9 to the plate. And the Marlins brought 8 to the plate in the top of the 7th inning.
9 runs.
Hook in there for a strike. 2-2 on Weeks. He thought it was low.
It could have been low, could have been inside. One of the two. They call it a front door breaking ball. They've actually do that by design once in a while these days. Never did it before. Dangerous pitch. They used to call those hangers.
Look, he splinters his bat. I see a lot of pitchers go to that front door breaking ball with 2 strikes. Guys like Josh Beckett, Jared Weaver has really used it effectively.
It's a tough angle for a pitcher. A lot of times they spin it up there, doesn't do anything, and those are the ones that get crushed. But it fools a hitter. You see the spin out of the hand, you expect it to be on the outer half.
Two and 2 to Weeks. Corey Hart with a leadoff double here in the 7th. Brewers have had a couple of homers in this game. Corey Hart and Ryan Braun. Braun capped off the 6-run 6th with a 3-run homer. Full count to Weeks. Hanging tough. Ryan Webb pitching in his 36th game of the year. He's been a totally different pitcher on the road than he has been at home. Doesn't even look like the same guy on the road. Weeks hammers one back up the middle. Corey Hart will try to score. Here comes a throw, and Hart is in there. Weeks will advance to second. The Brewers add to their lead, now 10-5.
Yeah, 3-hit day for Ricky Weeks. Banging it back through the middle is Ricky. 2 singles to center and a double to left. Our Pizza Hut delivery of the game. Ricky Weeks driving in Corey Hart for run number 10 for the Brewers. Right down the middle. Right down the middle, about mid-thigh high, and Ricky able to bang it back through the middle. Second 3-hit game of the year for Ricky Weeks.
Well, Weeks really starting to swing the bat. Just in the nick of time. So he is aboard, advances to second on the throw to home. Back-to-back hits to start the inning against Webb. Now Cody Ransom.
It's so important to answer when the Marlins put up 3 to get close. You've got to get right back at it, put runs on the board, and keep that momentum. And the Brewers able to do that. And because Ruggiano didn't hit the cutoff man, Ricky Weeks in scoring position.
Cody Ransom is 1 out of 2 today, a single and a walk. Ransom making his 26th start of the year with the Brewers. Getting the call at the shortstop position. which is where he has played the most. He's played a little third base and one game at first base. Maybe start a second as well. He's only hitting 170 as a Brewer since being picked up from the Diamondbacks, but he's hit 3 homers and 15 RBIs in Milwaukee blue as he goes down on strikes. First out of the inning. Our Ho-Chunk Gaming text question: on hot days, how does Bernie Brewer stay cool? Matt in Bayview. I don't think he does. I think he just wears it. He just takes it like the man he is.
I think he's got some kind of a cooling apparatus in his hut, in the chalet up there. A fan, maybe some ice,
some cold cabbage.
It's got to be hot for Bernie.
You gotta keep moving.
You got to give the uniform a good washing after a day like today.
That's a uniform,
isn't it?
Better question is, how does Telly Hughes stay cool on a day like this? Telly down there in the pits. There is a strategic spot to stand in the Brewers dugout, but that is occupied by the manager.
And right there by the runway, you've got a nice cool breeze blowing in.
All that AC being pumped out into the stadium.
Right.
Straight from the Brewers clubhouse. Oh, 0-2 to Maldonado. That is a fair ball, hits the bag, and here comes Weeks. He'll score. Maldonado, a base hit. The last regular without one now has one. Everybody's hit today.
And one of those days offensively for Milwaukee. Everything seems to be going right. And Ricky Weeks able to plate another run. A slider down in the zone, but getting the plate, even if it didn't hit the bag, I don't think that Solano would have had a play. Might have even been a double for Maldonado, but he drives in a run. 11-5 Milwaukee.
On 15 hits as Ozzie Guillen will go to the mound. He'll take Webb with him. Pitching change here at Miller Park. Playing the bottom of the 7th inning. A wild one here. The Brewers lead 11-5. 15 hits already. We're only in the 7th inning. And something to keep an eye on here. Corey Hart, with every passing hit, he'll have a chance to hit one more time. He is a triple away from the cycle. Got a new pitcher here for the Marlins, Wade LeBlanc. And he'll face Taylor Green. Green will pinch hit for Manny Parra. Parra did a nice job getting out of a bases loaded mess in the 7th, even though the Brewers started the inning with a 9-2 lead. Marlins actually had the tying run in the on deck circle. Green takes a strike. Taylor Green is a pinch hitter this year. 2 hits, both of them homers. 2 for 13. Brewers have already tallied their 2nd most runs scored in a game this year. Had a 16-run performance against the Minnesota Twins on May 28th. They played at 11 here in the 7th, just 1 out in the 7th.
Yeah, Brewers have been very productive with runners in scoring position tonight. Actually, today. Can we call tonight at 6 something? It's an afternoon game. 6 for 13 according to my scorebook. That's not bad.
Green in the air. And it's going to be Ruggiano who wants it. 2nd out. What is that, a 5 o'clock deadline to make it a night game?
It's a night game anytime after 5.
But it is tonight. It is officially tonight.
It is, what, 6:05?
Yeah. Getting a little extra time at the ballpark today. Kick it over to Summerfest after the game today, Rock?
Not today. Family stuff back at the house.
Big fireworks night tonight.
Yeah.
Some places.
If they have it. Very dry out.
Yeah, can be scary. Gomez is swing and a miss.
Thought there's going to be some rain coming through today, but it didn't amount to much. Did they have some thunder in Lake Country today?
No. Actually, there was this morning.
Yeah.
A quick little squall. You just hear the singeing when it hit the ground.
Need some rain.
Nothing like yellow crunchy grass to walk on to get the newspaper, huh?
Nothing like it. Don't have to mow it.
Gomez into right. Dobbs is there to end the inning. But the Brewers get 2 more in the 7th. 11-5 Milwaukee.
Begins at 2:30, and your Independence Day will be partly sunny, hot, and humid. First pitch temperature, a scorcher up to 95 degrees, a little bit breezy, 6 to 12 miles an hour.
Thanks, Andrew. And our Miller Lite, what's on tap? The Brewers and the Marlins tomorrow. 2:30 for Brewers Live. First pitch just after 3 o'clock. And the Brewers will send to the mound Randy Wolf against Josh Johnson, the big ace of the Florida Marlins.
He's starting to right the ship, isn't he?
Yeah,
Josh Johnson.
He sure is. He won his 5th game his last time out. Mike Fiers and Mark Burley will match up for Thursday's finale, and then the Brewers head to Houston. Gallardo, Greinke, and Estrada in the final 3 games in Houston before the All-Star break. There's Cameron Lowe, and he'll have the 8th inning. The Brewers lead 11-5 on 15 hits.
Yep, a 3 up, 3 down 7th inning last night for Cameron Lowe. He struck out a batter, and Lowe has been very good as of late.
Everybody's hit today for the Brewers. All the position players. Matter of fact, the entire starting 9 has a hit. And our Corey Hart cycle watch will come up in the 8th. The Brewers are going to need a base runner in the 8th. Hart is due up 4th. A triple away from the cycle. We've already seen 1 cycle on this homestand. Aaron Hill of the Diamondbacks. Carlos Gomez lets it go by. That one misjudged a little bit. Morrison racing around second on his way to third. Nope, he'll stop there. It's an angry throw from center field by Carlos Gomez.
Yeah, Gomez feels as though he should catch everything that stays in the ballpark. Looked as though he got there, but yeah, just missed it. He had a long way to go. Would have been a nice catch. Not a bad pitch by Cameron Lowe, but look at Morrison going down to get it. And just out of the reach of Gomez, off the glove. Might have hit the glove. Maybe not.
Well, the hits keep coming. Bouncing ball, foul past third. Off the bat of Ruggiano. Marco Estrada started today. He was terrific. 6 innings, gave up just 2 runs, and those 2 runs came on 1 swing of the bat. Logan Morrison hit a home run in the 1st inning. And Estrada shut down the Marlins through the next 5. He is in line for his 1st win of the season. That one's ripped to right. Back is Aoki, and that's over his head. Morrison will stop at third. It'll be a double for Ruggiano. Ruggiano with his 2nd hit.
Both of those doubles have been hit hard. Ruggiano showing good power to the opposite field. Tough day to be a pitcher, I guess, right? Except if you're Marco Estrada. A nice easy stroke. Just let the ball travel, and he hit it hard into right field over the head of Aoki and drives in another run.
Plenty of offense.
Actually, no, he didn't score, did he?
Now Morrison actually, he went back. He thought Aoki was going to make the catch, and he went to tag and was unable to score, and down 6 runs.
I just assumed he scored. That's what I get.
You know what happens when you assume, Ron?
I do.
Infante takes a strike.
You would think a guy at second, man hits a double.
The man should score.
Got to be a run in.
Not the case.
What happened to him?
Infante, a little cue shot, base hit, and this is going to bring in 1. The next one coming in will score. A 2 RBI single by Infante. Oh, man, this is something. It's 11-7. Thank goodness the Brewers scored in the bottom of the 7th inning.
There's still nobody out. This inning's shaping up like the Marlins 7th inning. That one a cue shot off the end of the bat. Good enough to drive in a pair.
So 3 straight hits off Cameron Lowe. And here's Gabby Sanchez. Since Marco Estrada, Jose Veras, Manny Parra, and now Cameron Lowe. Parra did a great job to get out of a mess.
Never retired the only 2 batters that he faced, allowing only 1 run to score.
Veras gave up 3 runs on 3 hits and recorded just 1 out. And that's what set the wheels in motion for the bullpen. You know, Renicky and Rick Kranitz had a plan to try to get to the finish line here.
Yeah, but you got Francisco Rodriguez getting loose in the bullpen. This has been an issue for Milwaukee all year. Having a tough time holding a big lead, ending up having to bring in your 2 big relievers at the end of the game.
Bouncing ball to Ramirez, scoops it up, and the out at first. So the first out, advances a runner to second. First out of the inning as Gabby Sanchez rolls out. Our game summary: Ryan Braun hit a 3-run homer. Corey Hart also homered as part of a 6-run 6th inning. Game summary brought to you by Toyota. 25 hits and 18 runs combined. Buck fouls it away. Well, the situation here, the Marlins with another run in, this is going to create a save situation, which is why Francisco Rodriguez is loosening in the 8th.
1 more base runner.
Well, the Brewers bullpen has been under the gun this year. They've had a very inconsistent season. And one day it leads to the next in this game. You know, when you have an opportunity to not have to use your late inning winning relievers, you have to take advantage of it. Especially when you're in a string of games like the Brewers are without an off day.
And 9-2 lead going in the 7th inning. Last thing you would figure that you need to get K-Rod up in the bullpen. But the Brewers bullpen, not the only bullpen that's had that problem. It's been a baseball-wide issue for the most part. Not every team, but a lot.
Two and two to Buck. "13 runs have been scored in the last 4 frames of this game." Buck lays off. Maldonado doing a great job back there. Keeps a runner at second base with 1 out.
Still quick as a cat behind home plate. Some quick feet does Maldonado. Check him out. That pitch is in the lefty batter's box and able to keep it in front of him.
We'll do it again. Full count. Little tapper foul. Some games just underway in the major leagues now. This was the only day game today. Got the Indians and the Angels are underway. Indians scoring in the first inning. They lead 1-0. Cleveland's hanging in there. The White Sox lead that division, the AL Central, by 2 games over Cleveland. That one's hit high and deep right center field. Gomez is back, and that ball's gone. A 2-run home run. Man, oh man. Unraveling for the Brewers bullpen here. It is a ball game again. 11-9 Brewers. A 2-run game after the Buck 2-run homer.
Who would have thought, right? Wow. 9-2 going into the 7th inning, and it's 11-9. Goodness. John Buck, who's had a tough time all season long, able to take that 3-2 pitch and knock it out of here to right center. Don't go anywhere. We've got a game on our hands all of a sudden. That didn't take long.
Brewers had a 7-run lead. Started this inning with a 6-run lead. Now it's down to 2. Low is out. K-Rod coming in. We'll take a break. Turned into an 11-9 Brewers lead. It's down to 2. 1 out in the 8th inning, and Ron Renicky forced to go to Francisco Rodriguez here.
Yep, scoreless 8th inning last night. Picked up a win last night, his first win of the season. They snapped that 4-game losing streak, a 4.00 earned run average, and 32 punch-outs in 36 innings. Not much margin for error now. Rodriguez, I would figure, to finish this inning, and then you got to go to Axford.
So 1 gone, and it's going to be Scott Cousins to pinch hit. Just an excruciating game to watch for Brewers fans here, watching this big lead evaporate. K-Rod trying to reestablish some order. One gone, bottom of the 8th. And K-Rod misses low to Cousins. Saw Cousins last night in a pinch hit appearance. Looking ahead to the Brewers bottom of the 8th. Aoki, Braun, and Ramirez. If anybody gets on, Corey Hart will hit, and he is a triple away from the cycle. Brewers offense has handled their end of the deal. Marco Estrada was terrific to start this game. 6 strong innings, just 2 runs.
Because of this inning, you're going to have to go through the middle of this order probably another time. These guys have been swinging the bats well last few innings.
Cousins pinch hitting in the 9th spot in the batting order. Top of the order is next. On a day when the Marlins are without Giancarlo Stanton and Hanley Ramirez. Both late scratches from the batting order today. Two and two on Cousins. And that one's hit high and deep. Cousins will watch that one go. It is a one-run game. 11-10.
Up a two-seam fastball at 92 miles an hour, and Cousins able to hit it far, just inside the right field foul pole. Wow. Back-to-back home runs by the Marlins. That's their fourth home run today. There it is, up in the zone. It was supposed to be away. Cousins able to keep it fair and way back down the right field line.
Jose Reyes with one away. The last 14 at-bats by the Marlins have produced 8 hits, 2 homers, a walk, and a hit batter. Reyes drives one to right field. Aoki can't cut it off, and the tying run is on his way to second with a double.
It's unbelievable. Everything they're swinging at, everything they're hitting is right on the nose and finding a hole. Ron Renicky can't believe it. The last 2 innings have been unbelievable. Not very good location by K-Rod. That one right down the middle. Up in the zone, and nice easy swing by Jose Reyes, and he's in with a double. There's a tying run at second base.
And just one out. And Donovan Solano at the plate. 5 runs are in here in the 8th. That is the 6th hit of the inning. 6 of the 7 batters in this inning have reached on hits, and all but one of them extra base hits. 3 doubles and 2 homers. The pickoff play, and Weeks misses the baseball, and Reyes on his way to third. He will stop there. And the tying run is now 90 feet away.
Not much to say about what's going on out there right now.
Can't run out the clock in this game.
No.
You got to get your 27 outs, and the Brewers are having a hard time. First time this season the Marlins have scored 10 runs in a game. And if they score 11 in this inning, it'll be tied. Infield is in. Tying run at third. There's a strike. Brewers forced to bring him in here, try to cut off that tying run. Solano today has 2 hits. 2 for 4 with a run batted in.
2 hits and an RBI, as you mentioned. Let's see if the Marlins might want to turn the tables on Milwaukee. Maybe a squeeze. You got great speed at third base.
And good speed at the plate as well.
How about that block?
Yeah, that's something. I tell you, that's the guy you feel for is Martin Maldonado, who has been back there blocking balls, doing all he can, but endurance challenge behind the plate.
And that is near impossible to keep that one close. Bounces in front of home plate. Maldonado able to keep it in front of him and hold Reyes at third.
Brewers had an 11-5 lead when this inning started. They've only managed 1 out in this game, in this inning. As K-Rod misses down and away. 2 balls and a strike. He's been even better in the clutch in his short time in the big leagues. Just 37 at-bats overall. Produced 6 RBIs already. Donovan Solano. 3-1. Renicky has nowhere else to turn at this point, unless you bring Axford in for an inning plus. But you mentioned, Axford saved yesterday's game.
2 days in a row.
He got the win on Sunday. That's not something you can do.
They've got Livan Hernandez and Dillard down in the bullpen. This is going to be K-Rod's inning.
Ball 4. And the beat goes on. Marlins have batted around. First and third now. The Brewers have a chance to turn 2 to get out of this inning, but they'll have to deal with one of the Marlins' better hitters in the lineup today, Greg Dobbs, as Rick Kranitz pays another visit to the mound. I'm sure this is all game plan here. K-Rod knows the situation. There's no pep talk situation here. It's just reminding K-Rod how to pitch to Greg Dobbs.
We're just trying to calm him down. And K-Rod a ground ball away from getting out of this inning with a lead.
Five runs are in. Still just 1 out. Dobbs at the plate. A little bit low. Old foes from the National League East. Dobbs, the former Philly, against the former Met, Frankie Rodriguez. Dobbs' lifetime against K-Rod is 3 for 6. And he's walked 3 times.
One thing that Rodriguez has to do here, got to make sure throws that fastball, got to be down and away, and hopefully get the Dobbs to hit it on the ground somewhere. K-Rod's had a tough time getting the pitches down in the zone for strikes.
Two and 0. Tim Dillard has started to get loose in the Brewers bullpen. You got 2 lefties in Dobbs and Morrison. 9th batter of the inning. Two and 1.
You can tell that the Marlins realize that Rodriguez just can't get his breaking pitch and his changeup over for strikes. They're just sitting on the fastball and getting some pretty good hacks. Hasn't thrown either of those off-speed pitches for a strike yet in this inning.
Brewers set up to turn 2. That would end the inning and get the Brewers out of here with a lead. Got a lot of speed at third base representing the tying run. Brewers have good arms in the outfield. But it won't take much to get Reyes to the plate on a fly ball. 2-1. High drive into right center field. Long run, Gomez. And he'll make the catch. Reyes is going to tag, and this game remarkably is tied. And the wind goes right out the window for Marco Estrada.
Well, you feel terrible for Marco. And he will remain winless so far this year and certainly deserved a better fate than that. My goodness. Unbelievable.
6 runs are in for the Marlins against the Brewers. They've scored 9 in the last 2 innings. Now the Crew, they've got to dust themselves off here.
Pick themselves up and get back at it.
All tied at 11 with 2 outs. Logan Morrison, who started this inning with a double. A complete collapse of the Brewers bullpen today. Brewers have the shift on for Morrison. 3 infielders on the right side. And he drills one deep into left center field. Gomez got a long way to go. Oh, Carlos Gomez makes the catch. What a play by Gomez. He's got to get up and show him the baseball.
And they've recorded the out. Darrell Cousins, third base umpire, giving the out sign. And well, talking about getting yourself up against that wall out there in center field. A potential game-saving catch, if you can believe it.
What a play. After all of that, Gomez, one of the best catches of the year. Tied at 11, but the kind of play that hopefully can spark another rally. Brilliant play.
Hitting the wall to make a great catch to end the top half of the 8th inning, kind of like a receiver catching the ball, getting laid out by a strong safety.
Well, that's right. He knew he was going to get hit, but he laid out anyway and crashed into the wall. That was an outstanding catch. And as Rock said, it may be a game-saving catch because a couple runs would have scored right there.
Carlos Gomez giving himself up. And now he's got to get up and help this team offensively here. Surprisingly, we are tied at 11 as we head to the bottom of the 8th inning. We'll have a Brewers Live post-game full reaction, including K-Rod's perhaps as well, when this game is over, Brian.
Yeah, that was something. I mean, that is a huge play in the precise moment when the Brewers need a pick-me-up after what has happened here. A complete collapse of the bullpen. As Scott Cousins stays in, he'll play center field. That moves Ruggiano over to right. It is all tied at 11. The Brewers had a 7-run lead going into the top of the 7th. Had a 6-run lead going into the top of the 8th. It is all gone now.
I just got to get it back now. Day's not over for the Brewer offense. I think the Brewer offense will tell you that they owe the pitching staff a little bit. Pitching staff has carried this team for a while now.
Well, Randy Choate is the new pitcher, 38th appearance of the season. We saw him yesterday.
That leads the Marlins bullpen. Has not given up a home run. Has been very good against lefties.
I'm not sure if Guillen will stick with him to face Braun or not. Does have activity in his bullpen. Choate typically is a situational matchup left-hander. But we'll see how Guillen plays it in a tie game. Well, it's going to be a final at-bat victory for someone here today, just like last night. One ball, 2 strikes on Aoki. He fouls it away. In a game that is going on 3.5 hours long. Actually, foul tipped it into the mid of Buck for the strikeout. And with Braun coming up, Ozzie Guillen is on his way out. Time now for our AT&T U-verse reverse replay. Take you back to the big inning for the Brewers tonight. The 6-run 6th inning, capped off by a 3-run homer from Braun. His National League leading 23rd homer of the season. Braun now 58 runs batted in. And a pitching change here as Steve Cishek will come on to pitch. He'll face Braun when we come back. The Marlins come roaring back, scoring 9 runs in the last 2 innings. And we play in the bottom of the 8th inning with 1 away. How much of this big crowd left Miller Park thinking the Brewers had it in hand, and it seemed like they did. With a 9-2 lead. Steve Cishek is on to work, and he'll face Ryan Braun to be followed by Ramirez. One out, bottom of the 8th. Bases empty for Cishek, pitching in his second consecutive game of this series.
And 4-1 this season. 9 earned runs over 33 2/3 and a 2.41 earned run average. Tied for third in all of baseball out of the bullpen with 4 wins. Tough guy on right-handers, and that's what the Brewers have coming up. Nothing but righties.
A sidearm slinger, and he has some velocity as well. Braun chops one out to second base, and Fonte makes the play for out number 2.
Boy, 6th inning, Ryan Braun's 3-run home run. You thought that was the uppercut and the sucker punch to the Marlins today. Who would have thought, right?
And then the Marlins scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning to make it 9-5. Turned it into a game again. They actually had the tying run in the on-deck circle. Well, the Brewers come right back and get 2 runs in the 7th to make it 11-5. And now you're thinking, well, that's it. Now the Marlins, they've had their run, and you know, like in a basketball game, you see these runs. You don't see that in baseball that often. But the Marlins came right back, scoring 6 runs, their biggest inning of the night in the 8th.
17 runs since the bottom of the 6th inning.
And the one guy you feel for the most is Marco Estrada, who was winless coming into this game. He exited this game with his team leading 9-2, and he will not factor in the decision.
Well, nobody feels better. No group feels worse than that Brewers bullpen. You know that. Not like they're trying to give up hits and runs. That's the way it goes sometimes.
2-1 to Ramirez. 2-2 now. Jose Veras giving up 3 earned runs in a third of an inning. Cameron Lowe 4 earned runs in a third of an inning, and K-Rod 2 runs 1 earned, getting 2 outs. Two and 2 to Ramirez. Rolls over 1 to short. Reyes. And a 1-2-3 inning. All tied at 11. We go to the 9th. Marlins coming up. We head to the 9th. We are tied at 11. It has been a grinder here at Miller Park. It looked like the Brewers had it salted away, but not the case. The Marlins come back. They've evened it up. Now John Axford is on the pitch here in the 9th inning. A crowd of over 33,000 was here to start, and they were having a great time today until the 8th inning. Now it's Axford, the Brewers closer, who will be pitching in his 3rd consecutive game. Got a chance to win his 2nd in the last 3 days. He picked up a save yesterday.
Yes, he did. He looked good doing it, throwing a lot of strikes. He struck out a batter, and John Axford has to put up a 0, which has been a very difficult thing to do against the Marlins lately, and hope the Brewers can scratch out a run.
Baby's up. A couple of naps during this game today. That baby's ready for the home stretch, though. Just like my partner, he got a nice little nap in, and now we're ready to go.
Baby's going to need a shave soon.
Justin Ruggiano. Well, it was good to see Carlos Gomez return to the field. We were awaiting on his status between innings, back and forth from the clubhouse to the dugout after he crashed up against the wall, making a great catch that saved a run in the top of the 8th and potentially saving the ball game for the Brewers.
Yeah.
There's plenty to be angry about if you're a Brewers fan in this game. But that was some kind of play by Gomez as Axford walks Ruggiano to start it. If you're just picking us up and just getting home, it's been a wild one here, but the Marlins had tied it. Logan Morrison sends one deep to the wall, and look at that play by Gomez.
Yep, going full bore and really not in any position to defend himself or prepare himself for a crash against the wall. It's all about catching that baseball. A lot of different things could have gone wrong for Carlos Gomez on that catch, but apparently he's okay.
Axford walks the first man he faces here in the 9th.
This is the reason why Ron Renneke did not want to have to use K-Rod or John Axford, because 3 days in a row, at times you lose your legs a little bit. Everything ends up high in the strike zone, and that seems to be the issue that Axford's having right now.
Omar Infante, who is 1 for 4 today. He drove in 2 runs with a single in the 8th inning. And Axford is all over the map here in the 9th. This is not good for the Brewers to start this inning. There's a strike. Ozagian disagrees.
Didn't like it.
And it goes to 2-2 now. Omar Infante with a runner at first. Ruggiano walking to start this inning. Infante bounces one to short. Chance for 2 here. Ransom to Hart.
There you go.
6-3 double play. Just what Axford and the Brewers needed.
Well, John able to get that fastball down in the zone, and Infante hits it right at Cody Ransom. He was playing up the middle in double play depth. That's more like it.
Gabby Sanchez now with 2 away, bases clean. And a strike. Well, the Brewers winning in their final at bat on Sunday on that mad dash of Carlos Gomez around the bases. And winning in their final at bat yesterday on the safety squeeze bunt by Aoki in the bottom of the 8th. They'll have a chance to do it again today in the 9th, make it 3 in a row. One and two. Back to the fastball. John Axford, and now his fastball starting to end up where he hopes it will.
And with good velocity, back to 97. Showed a very good curveball in yesterday's ball game. He's thrown a couple of good ones here this afternoon.
And he got him on the corner. A 98-mile-an-hour fastball. Axford just in the nick of time finds it. Corey Hart will lead off. He's a triple away from the cycle. Brewers a chance to win it in the 9th. That catch by Gomez gives the Brewers a swinging chance here in the bottom of the 9th. All tied at 11. And Corey Hart, he has been the best hitter the Brewers have had today. 3 hits. His first at bat in the 2nd inning, he singled. That was against Anibal Sanchez. And after a strikeout, Hart goes deep in the 6th inning. His 16th home run of the season. And then in the 7th, he starts the inning with a double.
And he and Ricky Weeks have had a very good day at the plate. They need to continue. Work's not over yet.
A lot of damage done from the bottom of the batting order. Brewers have 11 runs on 15 hits. Hart leading off. The bottom of the 9th. Bouncing ball to Reyes. Got a long throw. In time for out number 1. Steve Cishek back on the mound for Miami. Got the final 2 outs of the 8th inning. And we'll face Ricky Weeks now. After 6 consecutive balls by Axford, he settled down, got a 6-3 double play off the bat of Infante, and then a strikeout to Gabby Sanchez. Faced just 3 batters in that ninth. Weeks with 3 hits tonight. Scored twice. He drove in a run in the 7th inning. Drove in the 11th run, which at the time looked like a meaningless run in the context of this game.
Made you feel pretty good, though. Get that big lead back, but it evaporated quickly.
That made it 11-5.
Cishek is a tough guy to elevate. This guy keeps the ball down. He's got good sink, natural sink because of his delivery. That sidearm delivery. He's given him 3 home runs this year.
One ball, 1 strike on Ricky Weeks. Out to Infante. 2 outs. All 4 of his outs have been on the ground. And here comes Cody Ransom now. Ransom with 2 away. Started the game at short. Brewers have plenty of bench left. A couple of bullpen arms out there. Livan Hernandez. Tim Dillard. Looks like Hernandez, who's loosening now. If this game does go to extra innings, will have the 10th.
And the good news is both guys out there can give you multiple innings.
Cishek ahead of Cody Ransom. A ball and a strike now. Ransom with a hit, had a single in his first at bat in the 2nd inning. Walked and scored in the 6th. He's 1 for 3. Maldonado due to hit next. Ransom would love to give Maldonado a swat here in this 9th inning. Two balls and a strike. Ozzie Guillen has used 6 pitchers today. Anibal Sanchez started with 5 innings and a season high 11 hits. Two and 1 to Ransom. 2-2. The Marlins do get it to the 10th. They'll have John Buck to lead off, who hit a 2-run homer in the 8th inning. John Buck, then Cousins, and then back to the top of the order, Reyes. 2-2 pitch, and that one just missed.
Guy's got wicked stuff, doesn't he? For a right-handed batter. I mean, Cody Ransom really hasn't been looking all that comfortable up there at the plate. Cishek has just missed off the outside corner a couple of times. He's talking to himself.
Yeah, what do you look for here? He's had good success with his fastball and his breaking ball. Let's see what he gives him. 3-2. And Ransom bangs it back up the middle, a base hit. A big hit for the Brewers.
See, who says it doesn't pay to talk to yourself? Had a little meeting with himself saying, hey, just stay back, wait for a fastball up in the strike zone. He got it and banged it into center field. That's a nice at bat by Cody. Stayed right on it and keeps the inning alive.
Well, that's got to be A satisfying feeling coming off the bat. You've hung right in there. A tough battle with 2 outs in the 9th. And he delivers with a base hit. And he's aboard for Martin Maldonado. Well, Maldonado is a good hit and run man if Renicky puts Ransom in motion.
They'd love to have Ransom in scoring position, especially since Cishek's not a guy you can elevate very easily. So to try and expect a home run in this situation is asking a lot. Let's see if he has him taken off.
Marlins outfielder is very deep, trying to cut off the extra base hit.
Yeah, Ransom does not have a stolen base.
Brewers let 2 big leads get away, but now a chance to win it. The winning run at first base. Bottom of the 9th. John Buck behind the plate has a very strong arm. Randy St. Clair on his way to the mound.
Yeah, he threw a bullet down to second base from his knees early in this game. I think it was today. Wasn't it today?
That was. Yep.
I think the only way that the Brewers are going to be able to score unless Maldonado hits one out is maybe getting one down the left field line, because Morrison very deep and swung around a little bit toward the gap. Other than that, it's going to be very tough, as deep as they are. It's going to take Morrison a long time to get to the corner in left field. You can see where he's at. There he is. You can barely see him out there. He's got his heels on the warning track.
And obviously, the Marlins don't believe Maldonado can pull the baseball off Cishek. There's a strike. Yesterday, Cishek was throwing 93, 94 miles an hour. That fastball at 91. There is the winning run. Cody Ransom at first base, a 2-out single. Ball at 2 strikes. Again, the Brewers with 2 strikes here in the 9th inning. Ransom's base hit came on a 3-2 pitch. It's been a big day offensively for the Brewers. They're going to have to go to the well one more time. The 1-2 pitch. Maldonado rolls over one to short. Reyes the long throw, and it cannot be picked at first base, and now Ransom on his way to third. Very lackadaisical by the Marlins shortstop.
And that's going to be an error, you'd think. They had 3 errors last night that probably cost him the game. And it could be the 3rd here in the 9th. Wow.
I don't know which clubhouse is going to explode more for whoever the losing team is in this game.
I don't think either clubhouse is going to be very quiet, win or lose.
Ozzie Guillen with the final out right in front of him, and Reyes just he took his time. I'm not sure he thought Maldonado would even have a chance to beat that out, but he did terrible footwork, and he throws a low throw.
Didn't have any rhythm going to first base. He took the throw hop, but he somewhat threw it flat-footed. Kind of sunk as it got to Sanchez, and the Brewers have an opportunity to win it.
Pitching change. It'll be a double switch. We'll set it all up when we come back. set it up for the Brewers. First and third with 2 away. Hanley Ramirez in the game at third base, which sends Donovan Solano out to left field, which sends Logan Morrison over to first base. Those are the positional changes. And the new pitcher, Rock, is Mike Dunn, former Atlanta Brave, hard-throwing left-hander, to face George Kataris, who was announced as the pinch hitter.
Yep, George is going to get an at-bat. Brewers still have Niger Morgan and Cesar Torres available on the bench. Dunn recently recalled from AAA on June 21st. This is the 3rd time he's been with the Marlins this year, and his 7th appearance since being called back up.
George Kataris, a chance to win it. A base hit will do it. A wild pitch will do it. And that one misses upstairs. Maldonado will take second base. That takes a force away. Defensive indifference. No steal for Maldonado. Kataris has been great off the bench. 6 for 17 as a pinch hitter with a home run and 5 RBIs. All tied at 11 in the 9th. And a fastball strike.
94-95 for Dunn, and he really makes it look easy. Doesn't have much effort on his delivery, and the ball just gets out of there quickly. Two and one. A game in which the Brewers had a 7-run lead in the 7th inning and a 6-run lead beginning the 8th. Marlins scored 6 in the top of the 8th to tie. Now Milwaukee a chance to win it right here. The 2-1. Kataris pops it up. Hanley Ramirez just into the game, makes the catch, and we are headed to extra innings. Brewers strand a pair. To the 10th we go. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. It's going to be Livan Hernandez as this game moves into the 4-hour plus territory. As we go to the 10th, Livan Hernandez out of the Brewers bullpen. And finished up the game on Friday against the Diamondbacks in a Brewers loss. Pitched an inning, gave up a couple of hits, including a homer. And was signed by Milwaukee on June 22nd.
The former Marlin, Livan Hernandez, part of their World Series championship team back in 1997.
His numbers combined between Milwaukee and the Atlanta Braves this year.
So it's going to be John Buck to start it. Buck hit a key home run in the 8th inning, a 2-run shot. At the time, it made it 11-9, and then the Marlins would go on and score 2 more in that inning to tie it. That's where we sit. It was a 6-run Miami 8th inning. Livan Hernandez was hoping that his day today would be capped off by a great catch on a home run ball from Corey Hart out in the bullpen.
Yeah, his contact into the wall out there in the bullpen, not nearly as dramatic as the one Carlos Gomez had.
And right now, that Gomez catch to end the 8th inning, the reason we're still here.
That certainly would have scored a run. A 2-out brilliant catch out in center field. Would have been the 12th run put up by the Marlins.
Slow curveball in there for a strike.
Now, to go through all the pitches that Livan Hernandez has, it'd be a lot easier to tell you what he doesn't throw. He throws everything up there. He throws them all for strikes. Very good athlete, and he can swing the bat. So I don't think there is anything he doesn't throw.
He makes it up.
Yeah.
Different arm angles.
Sinkers, cutters, 4-seamers, curveballs, sliders. He'll flip up a split-fingered fastball from time to time. Change up. Different arm angles.
Swing and a miss. He strikes him out on a pitch that would barely register on the speed gun out there.
Yep.
In right field.
That's 68 miles an hour. You're not even going to get pulled over on 94 doing that. Well, maybe.
So Buck is out, a strikeout. 1 gone in the inning. Scott Cousins will bat now. The Brewers are 4-6 in extra inning games. The Marlins have won 6 of 8. They're 6-2. Hard to believe they've been involved in so many, just like the Brewers. They've had their share of bullpen meltdowns as well this year.
Yeah, both managers only have 1 reliever left in their bullpen. Heath Bell for the Marlins and Tim Dillard for Milwaukee.
Doing a service to others there. That's nice of her. We're going to see it to the finish. Scott Cousins. This was the Marlin that ran over Buster Posey last year. And the injury to Posey. A collision at home plate.
Something he would prefer not to be known for, but that's the way it is.
Posey's had a good comeback. He's a starter in the All-Star game for the National League. 2-2 to Cousins. Pulls it down the right field line. That is a foul ball. Just foul. Aoki playing it as if it's fair.
Hey, you'd rather do that than assume it's foul and end up being fair. Aoki on his horse trying to get down that line and about 18 inches in foul territory.
Two-two pitch, and a fastball missed. Not by much.
Wow. Good eye.
Full count to Cousins. Hernandez deals it, and a little half swing foul ball. One gone for Hernandez. All tied at 11 here in the 10th. And another foul out of play. Hernandez burst onto the scene with the Marlins. He was signed by the Marlins. Hernandez is from Cuba, and he defected from Cuba. Signed by the then Florida Marlins. He was in the big leagues at the age of 21. His second year in the major leagues was the year the Marlins went to the World Series, and Livan Hernandez ended up being a major part of that starting rotation down the stretch and into the World Series. Marlins were the wild card team that season. Cousins, shallow center. After a long battle, Hernandez picks up the second out.
That's the one thing you can count on with Livan Hernandez. He is very rarely going to walk a batter. He might not throw very hard. That last curveball, again, in the upper 60s. That was a 10-pitch at bat for Cousins.
And we have seen now, think about the home plate umpire, Ron Copa. 352 pitches in this game.
Is that all?
Now 353.
Wow. Well done. Did you add those up?
Yep, went through each inning, all the balls and strikes.
You keep that, huh?
Yeah, right here on my score sheet.
Nice.
There's a ball, and that's 354. Is that what you have, Rock?
I don't count pitches. Sorry.
2-0 to Reyes. And that 97 playoff run, Livan Hernandez was the MVP of the NLCS and the World Series against the Indians. NLCS against Atlanta that year. It was a long time ago, and he's still at it all these years later. 17th season in the big leagues as Reyes hits one deep to right, and the Marlins have taken the lead 12-11. Jose Reyes with his third hit.
Well, they got a 3-1 fastball, and Reyes, who's not known for his power, he drills this one. Fastball in, not much on it. That was an 85-mile-an-hour fastball, and Jose Reyes gives the Marlins a 1-run lead here in the 10th.
The Marlins have not had the lead since the third inning. That's when the Brewers scored 3 runs to take a 3-2 lead. It was 9-2. Marlins scored 3 runs in the top of the 7th inning to make it 9-5. Then the Brewers added 2 to make it 11-5. But then the meltdown, the 6-run 8th inning to tie this game, and now Miami has the lead as Hernandez strikes out Solano. Now the Brewers are down 12-11. We go to the 10th. Jose Reyes goes deep. Jose Reyes with his 3rd home run of the season, his 3rd hit of the day. And now it's Heath Bell on the mound for the Miami Marlins, their closer.
Yeah, he's been a lot better lately. He blew his first 3 saves of the year. 17 out of 21. Still an earned run average near 6. And the last man standing in that Marlins bullpen. Now their closer, Heath Bell.
17 saves on the year. Most of those blown saves were early in the schedule. So Reyes goes deep. His 2nd RBI of the game, and now the Marlins with the lead. And if the Brewers don't come back to win this game, it is going to be a tough pill to swallow.
Now they've got the top of the order coming up.
Gomez, Aoki, and Braun coming to the plate. As Ozzie Guillen has emptied out his bullpen. Heath Bell is the 8th pitcher used by the Marlins. Heath Bell against Carlos Gomez. And outside for ball 1.
A decent fastball for Heath Bell. He's got to locate it. And a curveball. So a slider from time to time, but basically fastball, curveball.
There's a strike. Heath Bell, one of the big offseason acquisitions of the Marlins. Coming to Miami from the San Diego Padres. Marlins were very active this offseason. They were one of the big pursuers of Albert Pujols. But when that fell through, they signed Jose Reyes and Heath Bell, and things did not start well for Heath Bell and the Marlins. They had a dismal April. A lot of winnable games that were given away in the 9th inning. Two balls and a strike on Gomez. 3-1 on the Brewers leadoff hitter.
Yeah, what a great guy to have on the bases should he be able to draw a walk.
Lost him. There it is. How about that? Gomez draws the walk to start the inning. Ozzie Guillen has been down this road before.
Now let's see if Okie is going to drop down a bunt and set the table for Braun and Ramirez. Next thing you want here is for Heath Bell to get a ground ball, double play.
Well, Aoki does have the lone walk-off home run this year as he takes a strike. We talk about Bell's blown saves at 4, but he has not blown a save for the Marlins since May 4th.
Yeah, it's been a while. He's thrown well.
He did give up 4 runs in an inning, came in a non-save situation. That was against St. Louis. That didn't look good. Wasn't even the normal motion for Heath Bell. And Ozzie Guillen asking the same question. I wonder if he's all right.
Hanley Ramirez out there on the mound. The catcher John Buck coming out. This has been a guy that throws pretty much straight over the top. A little unorthodox delivery, which helps him in getting outs. That one, you're right. It didn't look like the normal Heath Bell delivery.
Nori Aoki got Braun on deck. Brewers are down a run after the Reyes homer. And another check on Gomez. Remember Heath Bell in an all-star game? Remember when he slid into the pitcher's mound?
That's right.
As we're a week away from the all-star game, he's a 3-time all-star. The last 3 years, as a matter of fact. 2 balls and a strike on Aoki. He was voted as the top closer in the National League in 2009 and 2010. Axford won that award last year.
Nori has the count in his favor here. Look for a fastball and knock one out of here.
3 balls and a strike. Aoki had a game winner yesterday on a squeeze bunt. That was in the Brewers' last at bat in the bottom of the 8th. Should get something to handle here. You know, Bell doesn't want to deal with Braun. Gomez goes. Aoki fouls it away.
Nice catch up there.
Yeah. Rewarded for hanging in there. Brewers trying to send them home happy here today. Crowd of over 33,000 to start the day, many of which have gone home. Many of which thought this game was in the bag. It looked like it was, but the Marlins come roaring back to tie it. And have now taken the lead on the Jose Reyes 10th inning homer. Gomez goes. Aoki into center field. That is back there. Cousins at the track will run it down. And Gomez retreats. Boy, he gave it a ride, Aoki.
Yep. And hit it to the wrong part of the ballpark. You pull that ball a little bit. And that would be a game winner. Hit that one about 400 feet out there to center field. That 3-2 pitch. Here comes the fastball, and Aoki gave it a pretty good ride to center. Nice swing down and through, and it had some carry, but just in front of the wall out there in center.
Well, here comes Ryan Braun now. Bell against Braun. Braun's already homered today. Hit a 3-run bomb in the 6th inning. Crushed one to center field over 430 feet. On a pitch that was about a foot off the ground. Braun leads the National League in homers with 23. And with the 3 RBIs today, 58 for the season. Ryan Braun lifetime against Heath Bell is 1 for 4. Bell struck him out a couple of times. Gomez staying put at first base. You just wonder if that collision against the wall on that great catch in the 8th inning has stopped him down a little bit.
Well, he did take off on a 3-1 pitch to Aoki, but the last thing you want to do with Ryan Braun at the plate, if you can't get a great jump and you can't steal it easily, you don't want to go. Ryan Braun representing the winning run there at home plate.
Well, there's always that threat for runners in motion of a line drive out that would turn into an inning-ending double play. 0-2. Looks pretty stressed out, doesn't he?
He doesn't mind hitting with 2 strikes.
No, he doesn't. He does some of his best work with 2 strikes. Tying run at first. Braun representing the potential winning run. Gomez goes. A swing and a miss. Braun strikes out. A stolen base for Gomez. And while the tying run is now in scoring position, there are 2 outs in this inning, and it'll be up to Aramis Ramirez. And Ozzie Guillen will take the slow walk to the mound.
Yeah, this is not a discussion regarding anything with Heath Bell. This is a defensive alignment discussion. He's talking to his infield right now. Not sure what about. And perhaps talking to his infield about if Gomez takes off, don't vacate the bag. And don't vacate your spot. Cover as much ground as you can to get an out. Don't worry about trying to hold them on too close. You want to cover as much ground as you can.
So 2 outs. Bottom of the 10th. And the game on the line for Aramis Ramirez. Starts him.
That's usually right in the wheelhouse of Aramis Ramirez' first pitch fastball. Haven't seen any breaking balls from Heath Bell. Not one this inning.
Ramirez, center field. Cousins at the track, at the wall, it's gone! Aramis Ramirez has won it for the Brewers. This marathon game comes to an end with one big swing of the bat by Ramirez. Go figure. Wow. Boy, oh boy. The Brewers let 2 big leads get away. Down to their last out. Ramirez launches one to win it. And the 3rd consecutive game the Brewers win in their final at-bat.
Man, amazing. He's getting hot. Boy, Ramirez put a charge into that fastball. Heath Bell just threw one too good. And Ramirez able to knock it on out of here. What a job by the offense today. And the Brewers pick up a big win. Now they've won 4 in a row.
I see Telly Hughes down there. Let's send it down to him with Aramis Ramirez. Telly.
Thanks so much, BA, as he's being congratulated by his manager and teammates. And is that what you had in mind when you went up there to try to win this ball game for your club?
Not really, man. He's a pretty good pitcher. You know, he's got a real good fastball. Just try to hit the ball hard, and thing happens.
It seemed like earlier in the game you had a couple of near misses, and it seemed like you got all of that one. What was the pitch, and how were you able to get it out of here?
It was a fastball. I think middle lane a little bit. I just kept my hand inside, and when a guy throws that hard, all you got to do is hit it.
6th career walk-off home run. You kind of know how this thing goes, right?
Yeah, I've been there before. It's a nice feeling. If we would have lost this game today, it would have been tough because we were winning by a lot of runs late. So, we got to pick the bullpen out sometimes.
And finally, 4 wins in a row. Is this the kind of game that can help put together some things? And like you said, if you guys would have lost this game, it would have been really tough. But to come out with a win, is this something you guys can kind of build on?
I think so. I mean, we won 4 games in a row. We got 2 more games against these guys. We'll talk to each other tomorrow on Jason Johnson. We just got to come out with a positive attitude and try to win a ball game.
Thanks for your time, Rami. All right, that's Aramis Ramirez with his 6th walk-off home run, and not exactly how we thought this game would end, Craig, but nonetheless, the Brewers get the win.
Bottom line, it's all about the bottom line, and the Brewers definitely have it here today. Good to be at home to get a win like this. We'll talk about it, get inside the clubhouse, and hear what Ron Renicky has to say. What an exhausting but glorious victory.